Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the he's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he
does. The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
Funding for Firing Line is made possible by the financial support of viewers like you and by a major grant from the John M. Olin Foundation, Incorporated. Additional support is provided by the Mobile Corporation, Farley Industries, Incorporated, Monarch Financial Services, Incorporated, Payne Weber, and the Friends of Firing Line.
We are still in the study of Senator Barry Goldwater in Phoenix, Arizona, where we have touched on some of the issues that animated American conservatives at the time he ran for president. In this half hour, I intend to look forward to the conservative agenda during the 90s and maybe even after the turn of the century, when neither of us will have his golden voice in current affairs. I'd like to ask first, Senator, whether you agree with me that something pretty drastic is needed to revive the American ethos that calls for better education. It isn't simply a governor's conference or spending more money. There's got to be something in the spirit that causes people to want the kind of education that they're not now getting, isn't it?
I couldn't agree with you more. And I just returned last night from the Air Force Academy, where I've been chairman of the board for many years. I think the basic problem, frankly, is the family. When you and I were young, our mothers and fathers had a great effect on how we thought and how we acted. But now, with so many women not wanting necessarily, but having to work in order to make both ends meet, the child is not getting that influence from either the home or the church that he has needed and badly needs today. I want to make a short report to you, because I know you're probably going to be over at Arizona State University. I lecture over there 3 or 4 times a week, and I'm very, very happy with the new generation of young people. They're much better than the mothers and fathers. They have a better idea of what the country is, the Constitution is, what freedom means. But
well, why are they scoring lower than their mothers and fathers on their general aptitude and knowledge tests?
As I said, the mothers probably have to work. I'm not saying anything about that. But we have to find a substitute for those years that the mother had the big influence. I remember when I was in the Senate, I was chairman of the Educational Subcommittee for some time, and I used to ask college professors, what's the matter? The answer generally was, you won't believe this, but it's in the 2nd, 3rd grades. where the teachers have to spend more time teaching these young people how to brush their teeth, how to say yes, sir, no, sir, how to do the normal, ordinary things that young people in our generation were taught at home. As I say, there's not much we can do about that, but let's get back to this idea that maybe spending more federal money will help it. I voted against federal aid to education, and I argued strongly against it because I don't believe that some jackass sitting in Washington can tell my teachers in Arizona how to teach our children. I want to leave that up to the Parent Teachers Association, if we still have them. Leave it up to the families. Now, I think education is going to get better. It's going to have to. We're in a very bad shape in some areas. For example, I believe the Russians graduate around 600,000 engineers a year. We graduate about 60,000, and about 2/3 of those come from other countries, and then most of them go home.
Well, isn't it true that there seems to be missing a hunger for learning? We all know that 100 and 150 years ago, the big event in a colonial town was the arrival of a new book, and people would wait to read that book. We know that that's true in Eastern Europe right now. There are lines of 67, 800 people waiting to get a particular volume. When James Burnham's books were made available in Poland, people would draw them out in shifts. But you walk up and down an airplane traveling from Los Angeles to New York, and maybe half the people won't be reading anything. They'll just be staring. And then you find out that American school children spend 3 hours a week on television, while the Japanese spend 30 hours a week. The rest of the time, they're not staring. They're usually staring at television. And television isn't completely empty of learning. I mean, it teaches you something mostly repetitive. But isn't it the question of that?
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Well, gee, the good old days when we complained about kids watching TV too much. Little did either of these gentlemen know what was coming with smartphones. With smartphones, kids are on their phones 24 hours a day, even when they're asleep, apparently. So anyway, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, please subscribe. I say we do have one new member. I'm not exactly sure who it was, but welcome aboard if you hear this. If you happen to hear this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button as well. And like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. And support the show by supporting the host. We're going to open the Sovereign Beer Fund early this week. So there's that. I am going to show a couple videos I didn't get a chance to show yesterday because we got diverted by this what I'm calling the womanosphere, the black womanosphere stuff. And then you know, our buddy Nightish is, you know, just knee deep in foolishness. So I couldn't resist today's thumbnail. It made me laugh at the time. I guess it might not be that funny by now, but I think it's effective. But we're going to talk mostly about Trump as usual, and this was just kind of a blast from the past. I figured I'd open up the show with, you know, Goldwater. I haven't seen too many interviews with Barry Goldwater, so this is the opportunity. And you know, it's a good historical piece back in the day when television, you know, was the bane of every parent. How things have changed. And I believe this is in the 90s. Let's see here. Yeah, this is 1989. So how times have changed.
Hunger for learning that we don't quite know how to stimulate, do we?
Well, that's one of the things I mentioned when I talked about the young students I meet at Arizona State. There seems to be
A revival?
a revival or a rebirth. Now, our experience at the Air Force Academy, we shouldn't talk about the military academies because they pick the cream of the
that's right,
crop.
that's right.
I've had 5 Rhodes Scholars out of the men that I've sent to the Air Force Academy. But that's unusual. Everything you say is true. When I look at the junk that comes over that television, if it weren't for the fact that you can watch a World Series or a football game, and even then you have to spend half the time finding out how good the beer is we make in this country. So I say television probably helping to make more drunks than Prohibition did. That's beside the point. What we're experiencing in the military academies is an upgrading of this desire. We still, even in a school like the Air Force School, we don't have that, we don't have, in my opinion, enough of a demand to get into science and technology. We need to concentrate.
Well, now, what's going to create that? I read somewhere that unless we increase by a factor of about 20 to 25% the aptitude for science, we won't be able competitively to make automobiles at the turn of the century and sell them against Swedish and French and Japanese models. Now, should that happen, there would be.
Yeah, I think one of the advantages or kind of pleasures of watching these old interviews, these old pundits and politicians and stuff, is the predictions they make. like, like Saab, for instance, is owned by Ford, last I heard. So, you know, it's barely. Do they even make Saabs anymore? So hearing, you know, how wrong they can be, makes them fallible, makes them human for sure.
Tremendous pressure of the kind that third nations feel, third world nations feel, when all of a sudden the 22-year-old American finds that he can't afford to buy a good car because his productivity is lessened by that much. Is that the kind of pressure that you think would bring a general reversal?
If that is the source of the pressure, then we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I like to believe that it's just a natural desire, inclination of these younger people.
Congenital?
Yeah, to do a better job than their fathers and mothers did.
And you see no quick fix way to stimulate that?
I'll tell you an interesting thing.
Like I said, I love watching these old interviews. Well, in 2026, all the younger generation does is sit around and whine on YouTube. Like it's impossible to do better than their parents did. Speaking of which, I made last night I made a brief appearance on Candy Kane's panel as I was listening for a little bit, and the topic of generational these generational divide type arguments came up. So I hopped up there and kind of expressed my thoughts on it. I think generational arguments are just whining. I don't think they're real arguments at all. This idea that you can't do better than your parents, maybe statistically that's the case, but the bottom line is that you can defy the odds. And for some reason or another, millennials don't seem to understand that. And the black millennials talking about the boomer argument, it's a total cop out. It's like it's an excuse to whine. I've said it and said it and said it. The one book that I, just kind of perused talking about the sins of the boomers, it literally said in the preface he wasn't even talking about black people because, for various historical reasons. So these black millennials on YouTube blaming the boomers, they're idiots. They're just literally imitating the white millennials.
Last weekend, while at the academy, as we always do, I met with a group of cadets.
Yeah.
And there was a black man sitting there. I didn't know it, but he was the wing commander.
Yeah.
And he sat there and told me that he was one of 7 children, never had a father he knew. And he said then, he says, I'm going to be the best man I can be. Now that's the kind of drive we have to have. And so as a result, this young black man is the wing commander of 4,000 cadets at the Air Force Academy.
And nobody was responsible for doing that to him.
No.
He did it to himself.
He did it himself.
Mm. Okay, let's talk for a moment about the difference in emphasis among conservatives 25 years ago and now on budget deficits. I remember calling you up one time 20 years ago when somebody produced one of those big health bills, and you said, Bill, he said, do you realize that that would add $10 billion to our deficit? I practically fainted. We wouldn't notice a $10 billion addition to our deficit today. And yet, some of the people we've been taught to respect, whose understanding of the economy is considerable, like Milton Friedman, don't think that our deficit is a major problem up against our GNP or as a percentage of our budget. Has your thinking on that changed?
No, and it never will. I'm very old-fashioned that way. Let me say something that I know will tear the house down. We Republicans, in running for election, used to say to the Democrats, or about the Democrats, they spend and spend and elect and elect. Now,
Tax and tax.
Now the Republicans borrow and elect and elect. So there's basically no difference. I voted against televising the hearings of the Senate and the House, but sitting out here in the desert in the afternoons, I don't have much to do. I turn on the channel and watch these people arguing about the deficit as if it meant nothing to us. And they'll in effect say, well, what's another 12 billion or 20 billion? And it's like old Dirksen says, by and by you're talking about money.
Real money, yeah.
So I think today the big problem is that balancing the budget has not disappeared from the conservative Bible by any means, but it is not as strong as it used to be.
Well, is it not as strong for all bad reasons, or is there a perspective, an economic perspective there that teaches us that we were over-frightened by it back then?
No, but there is a philosophy that you are hearing more and more of from, unfortunately, some highly respected people in the economic business, that we haven't gotten into any trouble with this deficit. So why worry? Well, you know, and I know, that as much as we'd like to do it, we can continue to go to the bank and borrow money to live on. But someday, the banker calls up and says, Barry, when are you going to pay that debt? And someday, I don't care how old the conservatives get or how much new thinking intends to creep into our thinking, somebody's going to say, where's all this money that you owe us? And I'm still very, very concerned about the future of my country continuing to run in deficit.
Well, let me ask you this. Why did the bank consent to lend you all that money? Presumably because they were guaranteed against any catastrophic failure by the FDIC, right? Now, Milton Friedman has proposed years ago that there ought to be two kinds of banks. One bank, your deposit is guaranteed, but it's only allowed to invest in government paper. The other bank can invest in anything it wants. It becomes like a mutual fund, but no guarantees whatsoever. Now, this bank that calls you up one day and says, Barry, when are we going to start getting this stuff back? They wouldn't lend you that money, would they? If it was an improvident loan, except for the fact that they lean on government.
Well, that's the business of the bank, is to lend money. Otherwise, they can't make money.
Yeah.
But if they lend me or enough money to the point that I obviously can't pay it back, then they move in, take the house, take my art, take everything I have to pay the bill.
Well, the question is your house and is your art enough to pay that bill, or is it not?
It should be.
They got no problem in your case, but they do have problem in a lot of cases. But they overlend, just as they overlend to Argentina and to Mexico and to Peru.
Well, that's... Oh, now we're getting someplace.
Yeah.
Robert McNamara was the head of the World Bank. And they loan money, I believe, at less than 1%. And we don't start paying it back for 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stupid economic thinking that's gotten us where we are.
What did you try to do about it when you were in the Senate?
I voted against every damn bill that came along with more money, even including some for Arizona.
No, but wait a minute. What did you try to do to stop the banks from lending $100 billion to Mexico and Argentina and Brazil?
Well, the first thing I did was to go to the President of the United States and ask him not to reappoint Mr. McNamara as head of that bank. But he did. So we're in trouble. That's the first step you always take.
Yeah, but shouldn't you have asked that some regulation govern the lending of money to foreign countries, given the fact that we are the ultimate creditors because we protect the depositors?
I should have, but I didn't.
Yes, yeah. Well, since you didn't do that, you were doing a lot of things. Among other things, in the early days, you were...
Did you catch that, folks? Basically, William F. Buckley just said, well, you know what? You ain't shit. Let's move on.
Railing against the accumulation of executive power. Truman insisted that he was responsible to nobody on the loyalty review issue, for instance. And before that, FDR wanted more and more power. We now know historically that he walked us into a Second World War without anything like a national plebiscite.
That's right.
Even though we are historically pleased that we participated in that war, in which you participated and I participated, we don't very much like the idea of executive supremacy. And yet most conservatives nowadays are arguing that the president ought to have more power than in fact he has, for instance, to engage in that mess in Nicaragua. What's your feeling about that?
Well, now we're getting back to a subject that has always disturbed me. We passed the War Powers Act a number of years ago. I voted against it.
Did you say it was unconstitutional when you voted against it?
Pardon?
Did you say it was unconstitutional when you voted against it?
I said it's unconstitutional. I still think it's unconstitutional. Now, we've never had a president obey or pay any attention to the War Powers Act. I wish we could do away with it. The only man in this country that has the power to send your children or my children to war is the president. And I don't care if he's a Democrat or Republican, he should have that power.
Well, but the Constitution says only Congress can declare war.
Well, the declaration of war doesn't mean a thing. We've had, in the 200-odd years of our history, I don't know the exact figure.
I do. It's 104.
Where the president has turned out, I thought it was over 200.
Oh, it's over 200? Wow.
But we've only had 5 cases where the Congress has declared war, and 2 of those were in the last World War. The Congress has the power to declare war, but the Congress doesn't have the power to send you to war in a uniform. And not many members of Congress know that. that presidential power is a very necessary power in the exercise of foreign relations. And I believe that
Yeah, Barry Goldwater was like the original hawk, war hawk, basically.
historically, even with Truman, they used their power rightly.
So you do believe in executive supremacy in respect of conducting war. What we did in Korea was certainly a war,
Yes.
wasn't it? And what we did in Vietnam was certainly a war,
We
neither
lost,
one of which was declared as such by
we
Congress.
lost them both.
Yeah, we lost them both.
Only two we've ever lost.
Because Congress wouldn't back them.
Because
So far.
that wasn't the reason, because we had too many civilians, including the president, trying to run a war they didn't know anything about. If we left it up to the man in uniform, we'd have won both of those wars. But that's beside the point.
Yeah, it is beside the point that I'm trying to make, which is where should conservatives stand on this constant tussle between the president and the Congress on something having to do with the possibility of a sustained war?
Well, let me get back to the reason I said what I said before. There is a very determined, strong effort going on in this country to take away the prerogatives and the strength of the president and confer them into the legislative branch. I don't believe in that. I don't believe the Congress should have the right or the power to send you or my children or your children to war. That should be the decision of the commander-in-chief. But you'd be amazed sitting in that body to listen to the amendments that are being offered that just mean move a little more power, move a little more power. Now, personally, I would like to see the president be granted one whale of a big power, and that's in his veto powers. I know that has no relationship to what we're talking about. But if you ever sat in the closing nights of a session and listened to the garbage that get hung on to appropriation bills, somebody up above should say, we don't want that. And we'd save this country billions of dollars.
Well, I think we would, but I think that we have a real problem somewhere in the future when just a single man tells American soldiers that they have to go somewhere and fight over a sustained period of time without congressional authority. Now, the Congress can always take the money away from them. But as far as you're concerned, that ought to be the only means by which the president can be checked.
I say that because it's not a case of the president waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning and saying, honey, I'm going to go to war.
Yeah.
You go through hours and days of discussion with military leaders.
Boy, howdy, how things have changed. I think Trump did wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go, well, Ivanka wasn't there, but he did say, hey, you know what? Let's go to war.
There's economic leaders. I've been through this business, and war has never been a willy-nilly thing with our presidents. As mad as people got at Truman for Korea, in the long run, you had to admit he was right. As mad as people got about Vietnam, and I was just as mad as any of them, they were directing their anger at the wrong place. And the right place were these idiots that we have running around this country.
Including the president.
Well, some of them.
No, I mean, I'm talking about idiots.
Yeah.
Including Lyndon Johnson, right?
Well, I wasn't
in your book,
yeah,
you said that he was responsible for losing that war.
Yeah, I know it. I said a lot of things in that book. Last night I was watching Nancy Reagan being interrogated about her book. And the interrogator brought up what I had said about the president, President Reagan. She said something like, oh, that doesn't sound like the Barry I know.
That's a good feminine handling of that kind of problem, isn't it?
It sure is.
But, I didn't mean to stop your line of reasoning, but we all agree the war was fought badly.
Yes.
But we ought also to ask ourselves the question, ought the conservatives to ask for a balance of power? And as I understand you, that balance is a balance that can only be exercised through the power of the purse.
Right now.
Yeah, right now. Mm.
When I ran for president, with your help, I was strongly opposed to the concentration of power in Washington.
Yeah.
Any place. I still am.
Yeah.
And I think the Congress is getting too powerful. We shouldn't destroy it. But you get into the fields of foreign policy. What's the caliber of the people on the committees who make up our minds about foreign policy? There's a lot of grave questions that we have to answer, and answer them correctly if we're going to find a Congress that serves the people and serves the cause of freedom. That's the important thing.
We've only got a couple of minutes. I'd like to ask you this. Do you think that we have seen in our time an end of popular enthusiasm for the high incremental tax? The 70% tax, the 55% tax, 50% tax. Do you think that the Reagan revolution, to the extent that it means that, is a permanent revolution?
I like to think it is, because we have a great many more people today making more money who want to keep that money so they can better spend it. Government cannot spend money that creates jobs. They can concentrate more power in their hands. I would like to see America more and more and more demand and exercise the rights of freedom. It's all, Bill, that we have to live for.
And property is the main bulwark of freedom, isn't it?
That's right. If we have a strong economy, which helps a strong moral standing, which creates interest in what we're doing in the future, I'm not worried about it. But we have to maintain the inborn desire for freedom. That's our story.
But to maintain that, we have to understand what the constituent parts of freedom are. We're one of 3 countries in the world that taxes corporate profit twice.
Mm-hmm.
Very few people are aware of that. And yet it is something that argues against the impulse to save, isn't it?
That's right.
Is
a
there
lot of our trouble stems from our income tax. It's like when we practiced prohibition. It made more drunks in this country than anything we ever did. We passed the income tax amendment, and we created probably more crooks than any other act. Americans should be free to earn, to spend, and to govern without any bodies outside or inside having any effect on those operations.
And to the extent that they do, they're going to slow down the elements that make for a free
That's right.
man. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Senator Goldwater.
Thank you, Bill. Good to have you.
All right. Well, those were the good old days. Times have changed, and all that. All right. So figured I'd just go ahead and get this out of the way. Looks like Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder in a fatal stabbing of Frisco student Austin Metcalf. Apparently, the jury did have the opportunity to convict him on a lesser charge of manslaughter, but didn't choose that option. So that is that. So this was interesting. U.S. Apache helicopter shot down by Iran, Trump says. Rescued by a sea drone. That's interesting. Actually, the drone is more interesting than the helo getting shot down. So let's see here. Let's see. That's what the helicopter looks like. Yeah, I think everybody knows what an Apache looks like. The pilots are fine, President Trump said about the crash on Monday night. Iranian state media reported the crash, but merely repeated foreign outlets' reporting without adding any details. New York Times was the first to report that a helo had gone down in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran warned Monday that any new Israeli attacks in Lebanon would be met with a severe response. Apparently, Donald Trump is saying that there must be retaliation. I'm going to be honest with you. I wonder if this helicopter was actually shot down. That's the state that Trump has this country in. So let's listen to this CBS News thing here.
Look at President Trump's post on Truth Social right
let's
there.
start it over. Oops.
Right there. He says, I've just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. The president then reveals there were 2 pilots involved, both safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must of necessity respond to this attack. That's from President Trump revealing what happened with that Apache helicopter there over the Strait of Hormuz. So let's bring in CB.
I'm going to be honest. I hate to do this, but I kind of doubt the veracity of that. You know, people don't survive missile strikes on helos. They're armored or not. I can't imagine surviving an actual strike. Maybe they were low to the water or something like that, but something smells fishy about this, to be honest. But I could be wrong. You know, Trump brings out the paranoiac in all of us.
CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean. Aaron, you see what the president said there at the end of the statement, the United States must respond. How do you read that?
Well, of course, the president's right. Something like this can't go unanswered, and I don't think any country would fail to answer it. But the question is, what does that mean? What kind of response? The president has sort of flirted with the red line in the last few weeks that it's actually the death of an American that would cause him to resume major combat operations with Iran. Well, amazingly, perhaps miraculously, but certainly we're all grateful that these 2 crew members came out of the water alive through that amazing drone boat rescue. So we'll see how the president calibrates his response. Will it be a major strike against major Iranian assets, or will it be something much more limited and a sort of gesture? We don't know yet.
So let's play that out. Major strike, but then he's got to be aware that any upset there in the Strait of Hormuz, where likely some of this firepower originated, would definitely be stirring up in a rat's nest, no?
Absolutely. And so even a limited strike from the American side, you could easily see it entering a kind of cycle of escalation with the Iranians. Now, some would argue that the Iranians are behaving with such recklessness right now that there's not much hope for a good faith diplomatic process going forward. And so you should respond massively in order to restore deterrence. Others would be concerned about that escalation cycle. By the way, I think the second bucket includes the president. He's been pretty clear that he wants to pursue this diplomatic route, that he does not want to return to the level of violence we saw in March and early April. And so, you know, if I were a betting man, I would bet on something more limited. His critics might suggest that those limitations are themselves what's inspiring the Iranians to be quite so reckless and aggressive in return, because they're not concerned. They're not concerned about what's coming back to them.
Well, and there's also the big question about who, when the president, vice president, or anybody from the Trump administration gets Iran, so to speak, on the phone, who are they talking to at any given moment? The White House has said that leadership is so fractured over there. How do we know that this wasn't just one thing that was isolated to one faction of the Iranian voice, and that maybe those that they're dealing with have different perspectives and priorities altogether?
Yeah, that's right. And of course, we don't know the precise details of the shoot down or who shot it or how they shot it down. Those details are all still to come, no doubt. But we have seen this phenomenon play out a few times here, really since the start of the so-called ceasefire, where there appear to be elements in Iranian politics. The speaker Ghalibaf, the foreign minister Iranchi, who it seems are more interested in some sort of diplomatic arrangement because it seems they're more concerned about the economic damage that's being done to their country, in particular from the blockade. Meanwhile, you have the IRGC, which is led by a man named Ahmed Vahidi, who seem to have much less interest in a deal. And you see IRGC units in the IRGC Navy occasionally playing a spoiler role down in the Strait of Hormuz. It's possible that this shoot down was the IRGC attempting to spoil a diplomatic arrangement. It's possible that it's all coordinated. We don't know right now, but I agree. It's sort of a puzzle inside of a puzzle in terms of what's driving things inside of Iran.
So as we await to see how the president chooses to respond to the fact that this Apache helicopter was shot down by the Iranians, how do we know that the Iranians aren't just running out the clock? They're watching our midterms. They're watching our economic response and how a lot of Americans really don't have a gut or a stomach for this war. How do we know they're not just running out the clock?
Oh, I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think delay, complexity, generating pain for the president and his coalition, trying to drive a wedge between the United States and Israel, as you saw over the weekend, demanding a ceasefire in Lebanon in order for talks to continue. I think you're exactly right. I think that's exactly what they're trying to do now. What President Trump will say in return is that he believes time is on his side. That is to say, he believes that the blockade on Iranian ports is causing such economic pain in a country, Iran, already pretty weakened economically going into this conflict, that actually it's the Iranians who will blink first. That is a question that we cannot answer. That is to say, we're just going to have to see in time what levels of pain are generated on both sides. I keep comparing it to this game of economic chicken. But there's always the option of a return to widespread violence. And certainly shooting down an American helicopter brings us closer to that possibility.
While both sides wait to see which other side blinks, of course, there is a painful blink, and that is we've lost, 13 service members. Now we see that these 2 service members had to be rescued by a drone boat. Let's talk about that rescue. That definitely was a first of its kind, no?
Incredible, yes. Certainly a first of its kind for the United States. It's possible that things like this have happened up in the Black Sea, though I couldn't cite anything to you off the top of my head. It is certainly novel and certainly a first for the United States. Look, I mean, I think people in their daily lives look around and realize that drones, and AI are both playing increasing roles in everything, in business and recreation. So the way that war works is that technology that's pioneered out in the broader economy often comes home to have a role on the battlefield. And that's what you're seeing here. The battlefield is an increasingly automated place. It's increasingly a place driven by data and AI. And this drone boat, which is apparently made by this company called Saronic, which is a major vendor of these things to the Navy. I just saw that reported. Is part of a task force called Task Force 59, which belongs to Central Command. It's kind of an experimental unit focused on autonomy and artificial intelligence driven data work to give them a more complete picture of the battlefield and the ability to, they would say in military jargon, generate effects on different parts of the battlefield without actually sending personnel in. Looks like that's just what happened here. So, the future is now.
I'm also thinking about messaging by the Iranian regime to its own people. Oftentimes, their messaging to their own people is a little bit different than to the world. And I did not see a big megaphone coming out from the Iranian regime about this. How do you read that? The fact that we didn't see this time claiming responsibility, claiming a major victory in this war.
Yeah, it's, we might speculate. I mean, this could be, in line with the premise of one of your earlier questions, which is this some faction? It's possible. It's possible that no one from on high gave this order. On the other hand, I would say that we see Iranians taking shots at American facilities pretty regularly. A lot of these ballistic missile retaliations, the ballistic missile strike retaliations that they've done firing at Gulf countries like Kuwait have targets that are in effect American bases. So it's not like they're really shy at taking these swings.
Shooting down a helo is different than, that. This is a lot more personal. like I said, I'm gonna take this one with a grain of salt and just trust the president on this, but I have my doubts. Helos are not like planes. They don't glide. they if they're hit, they drop like stones. So and they are that's the funny thing about helos, they are not very survivable. Um they're 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 more dangerous in my opinion, to the pilot and crew.
Things. They just haven't succeeded in killing any Americans so far during the course of the ceasefire. So it's a little opaque as to what actually happened on the Iranian side of things, and the Iranian decision-making and communications process does not appear to be a well-oiled machine at the moment. So I think you're right to highlight it as an interesting question, but like so many things about this incident, the details are still coming into focus.
Well, as President Trump says, the U.S. must respond to the downing of that Apache helicopter. It's great to talk to you, Aaron McLean, CBS News national security contributor, always helping us to walk a little taller and think a little clearer. Well, NASA just announced the 4 hour.
All right. So let's move on. More Middle Eastern stuff. So apparently, Trump getting pissed off at Netanyahu and saying, hey, stop what you're doing, didn't play well to Netanyahu's fans. So Netanyahu's bow to Trump's Iran pressure spurs new criticism. Opponents attacked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for halting strikes against Iran after a call with President Trump, saying that he was letting the United States make Israel's decisions. Well, boy, funny, because a lot of people over here accuse Netanyahu of making the United States decisions. So I guess what comes around goes around. So there we go. Both Israel and Iran said, okay, we'll stop, which just, it doesn't make sense that they would attack a helo, just some random helicopter patrolling the Straits of Hormuz. Just seems weird. All right. So what else we got? Speaking of the United States making Israel's decisions and Israel making United States military decisions, let's have a look at responsible statecraft. They're saying the U.S.-Israel integration is far from America first. We talked last week about there's a bill in Congress or move in Congress to basically kind of make a arrangement between the Israel military industrial complex and the U.S. military industrial complex. I think it's a little hyperbolic to say, well, the militaries are being joined, but the military industrial complexes, sometimes it's the tail wagging the dog when it comes to these wars. And any link between another country and the U.S.'s military industrial complex is concerning to people like me. We don't need this. So let's listen to a little bit of this. Basically, they're saying, this article is saying, we can't outsource components of our national security to nations that do not share our interests. And that's exactly what this proposed scheme would do. I agree with that. And this is by Joe Kent. He was, if I recall, he's the guy who quit. He was like a anti-terrorism expert or something like that in the Trump administration. And he quit over this Iran war stuff.
U.S.-Israel integration is far from America first. We cannot outsource components of our national security to nations that do not share our interests, and that is exactly what this proposed scheme would do. The war against Iran may have resulted in some tactical victories for Israel and the United States on the battlefield, but Israel is not winning American public opinion, and neither are those American leaders who ardently support it. This dwindling popularity could put in jeopardy the $3.8 billion that Israel receives in U.S. military aid each year. And that $3.8 billion is not all we provide to Israel. We also offer invaluable diplomatic cover on the world stage, in addition to direct U.S. military support during specific crises. Separately, The war in Iran has mostly benefited Israel's regional agenda and has cost the U.S. taxpayer more than an estimated $50 billion so far. Because of these factors, most Americans are growing wary of the support we give to Israel. To get ahead of the changing sentiments, Israel and their American allies, like U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, are attempting to rebrand the aid we give to Israel each year. Rather than the annual Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, outlays, anything we give Tel Aviv will be based on trade, according to Huckabee. The goal of this shift is to undermine the notion that Israel is dependent on American handouts and that the U.S. taxpayer is footing the bill for the horrific scenes coming out of Gaza and Lebanon. There is, of course, a major catch. The catch is Section 224, cleverly buried deep in the massive National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, which is entitled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. This initiative transitions the traditional aid relationship into a deeper partnership between the U.S. and Israel in many aspects of technological research and development and defense production, and would also give Israel unprecedented access to U.S. technology development and data fusion. Section 224, which has been literally endorsed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, essentially transforms Israel from a top U.S. aid recipient to a full member of the U.S. defense and intelligence apparatus. When it comes to counterintelligence and strategic messaging, the Section 224 initiative is far more damaging to U.S. national security than the previous arrangement. By embedding Israel in the production of critical defense technologies, we are creating access and control mechanisms for a nation that has drastically different goals than America does. We should instead keep the development of key technologies restricted to Americans only.
And I agree with that totally. This is hopefully, now from what I understand, the Democrats tried to stop this and they were defeated. They tried to stop it with a counter legislation, I guess. So there we are. What's up, Savage? You like that, huh? Yeah. I got some real trolls that float around my chat, and when Dark Omancer made that comment, it was just, I just almost rolled on the floor. It was so funny. All right, let's see, what do we have next? Oh, this is good. U.S. exports rose in April as Strait of Hormuz closure buoyed demand for American oil. So the oil companies are making a profit since the Straits of Hormuz are closed and this war has started. This is something that probably shouldn't have been released. Commerce Department data showed exports rose in April, slightly outpacing the growth in imports. So this war has boosted the export numbers. Awesome. So we're paying for an increase. We're paying at the gas pump. That's not enough profit for these oil companies. Now they got to be able to export to make more money from that revenue stream. This Trump administration, these guys, they're corrupt even when they probably don't even mean to be corrupt. People who voted for Trump, man, y'all, you know what? People keep saying there need to be, restrictions on American voting and, certain people shouldn't vote. My vote, or if I had my way, anybody who voted for Trump in 2024, y'all need to sit it out for one election. Y'all need to sit it out for one presidential election. We'll put your asses in the penalty box for voting for Trump. All right. Trump claims he didn't guarantee no U.S. wars. Here's actually what he said. Trump has forcefully denied he ever promised not to draw the U.S. into war, having spent years pledging to avoid doing just that. The U.S. president's own biography on the White House website credits him with putting a stop to endless wars, raising questions about the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. which he launched with no end currently in sight. NBC's Kristen Welker pressed Trump in a Meet the Press interview, which he walked out of, by the way. It's an interview that aired Sunday about his previous pledges to refrain from starting wars. Mr. President, in your first term, you held to that promise, and it was so fundamental to who you were as a candidate to a first-term president. She said, what changed? Because you insisted no new wars. I didn't guarantee no war, Trump interjected. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. His response contradicts previous comments he has made over the years. Oops.
Have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
Well, that's not guaranteeing anything. Let's see, what else do they have to say? This is October 5th, 2024. Just a couple years ago, almost. Uh-oh, sorry about this, guys. Let's go back and let us, where's the vault? Oh, there it is.
But we had no wars. We had peace through strength. It was a great thing, peace through strength, and that's it. You don't have to send your kids out to war, have your kid blown up for a country that you've never heard of and that doesn't want anything to do with you anyway. But I will not send you to fight and die in a foolish, never-ending foreign war. I'll get you out of the wokeness, and your schools will be great again. Your schools are going to be great.
Again, no promises made. Let's see. Oh, that's just a photograph. All right. Well, you all get the point. I mean, in a way, he never said I guarantee. So, you know, there we go. And I mean, in his defense, which I rarely do, I mean, that's not something you can actually guarantee. So let's switch gears to a couple domestic news items. And this probably affects me more than anyone in the audience, me and Brian. It may be savage. Social Security shortfall expected to accelerate with funds at critical low in 2032, just 6 years from now. The shortfall will be driven in part by a drop in immigration, of course, and Trump's tax cuts, trustees say, resulting in trimmed benefits. Yeah, a lot of immigrants paid into the system and weren't eligible to withdraw from it. So again, Trump closed the southern border. The rest of this bullshit that he's trying to do is really unnecessary. I don't have a problem with going after the criminals. Yep, absolutely. If you commit a crime, get them out of here. But, arresting grandma because you ran into her at a protest or something like that, that's totally unnecessary. Let's see. Judge rules against this $100,000 H-1B visa fee. Judge says it's unlawful. U.S. District Judge Leo Sorokin in Boston struck down the $100,000 fee on Monday, ruling that the Trump administration's massive surcharge on new H-1B visas for highly skilled foreign workers is unlawful and invalid. The landmark ruling provides immediate relief to corporate tech giants and academic research hubs, effectively neutralizing the administration's primary fiscal mechanism designed to deter American employers from recruiting overseas engineering, medical, and specialized tech talent. The problem is a lot of these companies like Microsoft, which started out as an American company, they're multinational now. Treating them like a strictly American company is wrong. The other thing, and a friend of mine, about a year or so ago, he basically said, you got to kind of accommodate some of these Microsofts of the world because they can literally pull up tent stakes in the U.S., move their world headquarters to India or somewhere like that, and they'll be fine. They won't lose any money by doing that. So we need to be careful. I know Trump. I mean, I'm not going to fault Trump for trying it just to see if it would work, but I don't know whether this is something you can even appeal. What else do we have here? This is worrying. Fewer Americans say democracy is central to country's identity. This is an AP NORC poll. That is rather concerning. As the U.S. prepares for an extravagant celebration of its founding principles, fewer Americans see their country as exceptional, a new poll finds. And you know what? Good for them. Survey from Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research highlights many Americans' feeling of unease over the future of its representative government, particularly among young people. It presents a jarring contrast as communities around the country commemorate the nation's 250th. Only about 1/4 of Americans say the U.S. stands above all other countries in the world, the new poll found, while 44% say it's one of the greatest countries in the world, along with some others. About 3 in 10 say there are better countries than the U.S., an increase from 19% in June of 2016. Yeah, well, it's bound to happen. It's not that the democracy part is not working, said Derica Wall, 24, of Chickasaw, Alabama. It's the people that are actually being put in office that is the problem. Well, actually, the people being put into office are not the problem. The problem is the people who are putting them into office, ma'am. So there's that. Now, this is sad news for those of us who like history. Gordon Wood, fatally struck by a car in a Rhode Island parking lot. Shaw's, and I remember Shaw's because I lived up in Newport. As a matter of fact, it looks like it's Providence, I think, that he got killed. But I used to shop at Shaw's when I lived in Rhode Island. 92 years old. Apparently in good enough health to go to the grocery store. He's a 92-year-old professor emeritus at Brown University. He was struck by a vehicle in a Shaw's parking lot on Sunday, police said. So, wow. A lot of historians, like big name historians, are definitely having moments of silence. I didn't even know he'd been killed. I was watching a history program live earlier today, and they mentioned him. So, he's a great historian. Highly recommended. This is something that I ran across, and let me refresh this link. Because I started exploring here. And I was going to save this for another show, but I figured I'd just get this out of the way because I'm not exactly sure why the question's even being asked. This is Harvard Gazette, and they're asking, why are white-black marriage rates so low? Which, well, number one, I didn't know they were low. Number two, does it really matter? And number three, do you know American culture's like pretty racist? That's why. So it says new research suggests increased exposure between groups results in more couplings across class, but not racial lines. Americans rarely marry outside of their race or class in a nation where residential segregation is relatively common. It is a dynamic widely viewed as a contributing factor to income inequality and intergenerational social mobility. A new National Bureau of Economics research working paper examines whether increased exposure to members of another race and class groups affects marriage rates between Black and white partners based on an analysis of census data and federal tax records. The overall rate has grown slowly over the years and currently stands at only 11%. I don't get why it's important. I mean, I guess you need something to study, but to me, 11% is actually fairly high. Given the amount of, voluntary segregation that we have in this country, I don't get why the question's even being asked. So I may come back to this. I don't want to get too knee deep into it, but these questions are being asked, and it actually, I guess the reason I'm even talking about it today, even this much, is I can't remember whether it was Tamika or somebody said that, it just seems, if you go and you look at commercials always featuring multi-racial couples, it seems somebody basically said it seems like somebody somewhere is pushing an agenda. And I don't know if they're actually studying it and saying, well, hey, why is the rate so low? Maybe there is an agenda, but I don't know who would actually be pushing it. I could think of, if I were conspiracy minded, I could probably come up with some doozies, but let's move on. I may come back to it at some point, but probably not in this show. So Trump's Obama derangement syndrome. I think I mentioned it, and I never got to read the article from the Chicago Tribune. I may go back and see, can I find it? Maybe tomorrow. The Obama Center, the Obama Presidential Library finally opened, and it's a very interesting like architecture. The building has really interesting architecture, and apparently it's just kind of, rankled Trump. Trump has Obama what is it? Obama derangement syndrome. So I'm just going to read maybe all of it, maybe just a little bit of it. But the guy who writes the article is Renee Graham. He's a columnist for the Boston Globe. And he writes, among the many asinine AI-generated images that President Trump posted on his social media site on Saturday, anything pertaining to the solemn 82nd anniversary of World War II's D-Day invasion was not among them. Instead, there was an AI slop music video of Trump skydiving, carrying a pizza with tomato sauce fashioned into a self-portrait, riding a lion and a motorcycle, and being the badass he is and will never be. Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a look at this video. Oh boy. Yep, but he's our president, folks. All right, so there was also a lot of other cringe-worthy nonsense, unlikely to quell growing alarm about his mental fitness. The current president went after former President Barack Obama for the second time in recent days. Trump depicted the soon to open Obama Presidential Center in Chicago as a dumpster topped with a garbage bag. this time, this time surrounded by squalid tent city. Of four living former presidents, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Joe Biden, and Obama, Trump is most obsessed with the man whose presidency preceded his own first term. I don't know. He's been pretty hard on Biden, too. By the way, Biden actually looks alive since he's been out of the presidency. He actually, whatever he had, it looks like he's recovered from. So, excuse me. Excuse me. So, remember the time Obama attended a sporting event and got mercilessly booed? You probably don't, because it has never happened. In any arena he's visited, Obama has been greeted warmly. But when Trump appeared on the Jumbotron of Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the New York Knicks and San Antonio Spurs at Madison Square Garden on Monday night, he was ferociously booed. When he was no longer on the screen, the booing stopped. This in the city where he was born, raised, and garnered his first headlines when he was sued for the first time. And he won't, as he is wont to do when things don't go his way, Trump tried to spin his public humiliation. After the game, he told reporters, I think mostly cheers, it was loud, and it was very enthusiastic. What millions heard was the sound of a nation's deepening dissatisfaction with Trump. Yet instead of trying to salvage his presidency with policies that work for a majority of Americans instead of only his wealthy pals, Trump is dissing Obama's library and the man himself. For years, Trump and his followers have accused those who've called out Trump's felony convictions, alleged corruption, and blatant racism of suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. But as usual, Trump, every accusation is a confession. It's Trump who is completely deranged when it comes to Obama. Even before he entered politics, Trump tried to delegitimize Obama's presidency with bogus claims that Obama was not a native-born American citizen, the birthers. More recently, Trump falsely accused Obama of treason and said that Obama tried to steal the 2016 presidential election to benefit Hillary Clinton. Earlier this year on his media site, he posted a racist AI-generated video clip that depicted Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, as apes. Trump deleted the video but didn't apologize. Much of this world, I'm sorry, man, I guess I should put on my glasses. Much of this would seem merely infantile, but the ramifications of Trump's Obama derangement syndrome are far more grim. So you get the gist of it. And by the way, all these links are posted in the chat. What's up, Speak Radio? What's up, Khan? So if you want to follow up on any of these stories, feel free to do so at your own leisure. I do want to show you this Truth Social post. There we go. So this is Donald Trump posted the Barack Hussein Obama Library in 10 years when fully matured. He has the Obama Presidential Library building. Basically, they've remodeled it into like a dumpster with a big trash bag on top, and then it's surrounded by tents, like a tent city. I ought to put that. Let me put this into. I'll drop this into the chat so people can view it for themselves. So let's see. Let us see. I am going to go into a couple videos that I didn't get to yesterday. I had this clip from I spent a little time on Candy Kane's panel before she went off the air last night because something they were talking about actually interested me enough to go up there. Maybe we'll just do that before I start into the boring videos. Not that this one won't be boring. And I'll also drop our link. By the way, everybody, please make sure you have hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to it. It might be something you're interested in. Every now and again, we do something either interesting or entertaining, but rarely both at the same time. And let me thank the executive producers of the show for this month. CKJ3, Loop and Rigging, and Speak Radio. Sovereign Beer Fund is open. I guess I'll open it a day early, but in all seriousness, support the show by supporting the host. The newspaper subscriptions come due, throughout the month, and the StreamYard bill and the YouTube Premium and all that stuff. Because I hate commercials, and I couldn't do this if I didn't have YouTube Premium. And other stuff that I subscribe to just to provide decent amount of information to folks who swing by the show. Oh, there is? It's Truth Social. Try it now. I'm taking it directly from my browser. Oh, did I? Well, I just redropped it. Oh, you mean the panel link? Oh, my bad. Oh, sorry about that. I'll just delete it and redrop it. I don't know how I did that. All right. So this is their panel. There we go. And let me pin it before I forget. Yes. All right. So we'll just have a quick look because this won't take long. I went up to talk about last night. Candy Kane was talking generational curses and evolution. Who's at fault? Who's right? And after last night's show, I guess I was kind of sitting around and I saw she was live, so I hopped up to see what they were talking about. And she put up the show ending soon message, but I went up there anyway because I think I went up there once, and for some reason I had to leave, so I didn't even get to speak. But anyway, so I went up there and said a couple words. So who knows? Somebody might actually be interested in what I said, but it was well received, believe it or not.
Understand the context of how those leaders were operating. And a book just ain't going to give you. Books are valuable. I'm not a diploma-phobe, right? Books are valuable, but there does need to be more of a focus on our actual history. Because once you really start to look at that, for me, a lot of other things make sense. You could even bring it all the way up to the Carmelo trial. A lot of stuff starts to make sense when you really understand the factual history.
Y'all talking like Carmelo already been like found guilty or some shit.
And that's how the street.
Well, as it turns out, he has. This was from last night. Let me also say this. I don't know what the fuck it is with these black folks on YouTube and books. Books literally are the distilled wisdom from the ages. Okay. Wise people often write down their thoughts in books. So this disdain for books, like oh, you can't learn anything from a book. I don't trust anything I can't see. That's like you can see a book when you read it. These people, and I'm not going to beat up on Wall Street because I do, every now and again I go up there to bump heads, just specifically to bump heads with him. It's kind of a sport. But usually if I run in, I see him up on Bob's channel or on Bob's panel. But here I was tired and I think I was even eating dinner while I was watching this. And I wasn't, I didn't go up there to tangle with Willie, but it does disturb me that for some reason or another in this blackosphere, you say book and people just kind of go haywire. So let's see what else I have to say, or what do I have to say?
It's got me feeling, man. I'm riding for the Lord.
God damn. Let's wait on the verdict, man. I don't even think he got a bad case right now. Niggas been already crashed out, said it's over, gave up.
Yeah.
Went and got the rope. Like, damn.
I haven't even spoken on the whole Carmelo thing because I don't like the fact. I don't think that this was a race-based thing. I think this was kids involved in this issue, and I think the world wants to make it a black versus white thing. Even though there were two different races of people involved, I don't think that he stabbed him because he was white. That's why I'm saying the whole Gen Z doesn't. They will tell you they don't even see color and race the same way the older generations do. They blame us for racism. They say we're the ones that keep it alive and keep it going because we focus everything on race. And so
That's because they don't know their history.
That's what they say. That, listen, I've had conversations with a few different. I'm not even just talking blacks. I'm talking black, Latino, and white Gen Zers. So I haven't really said too much on this case because I want to see it play out and see what happens with it. I don't even know all of the details because I kind of half-heartedly followed it. It really makes me sad because at the end of the day, I look at it like I'm not looking at it like, yeah, the black guy got punked by the white guy and so he killed him. Like some of these people I hear are celebrating that. I'm like, y'all do realize that we're talking about children, right? Like we're still talking about kids. I'm never going to celebrate the death of a child for any reason like that. So it was kind of like I've had to kind of check out of some of these conversations because I think people they're using.
Well, I haven't heard anybody celebrate that. What I have heard is the John Galtians that are just saying that Carmelo is indicative of a black culture that is being kind, it's in disrepair. I think other people would probably use more hyperbolic terms. And it's really the anti-black blacks that are making it about race, at least in my experience. So people like John Galton, he's the primary one, hood conservative, those sorts. Black people who hate black people or who hate black culture, at least.
These children as stand-in avatars for them fighting whitey, and that's not what this was.
Damn.
That's
I can't
valid
go back
point.
against that. That's a fact.
Right.
That's a fact.
Valid point.
All right, Candy, I'm gonna leave, man, because you know I'm like shit. I'm finna start a stream from here and everything. We're finna get locked in, but it's cool. I'll go ahead and leave. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night, Taz. Please come back. And appreciate you coming
Oh, yeah,
through,
no doubt.
as always.
For sure.
Hey, Stanley.
Man, F Taz.
Hey there.
That's my big bro.
The specific reason I came up here was to talk about this generational argument is literally about feelings. Kids have been, kind of talking about, the bad things or the failures of the previous generation.
Yes.
But the one thing because I think it's a canard, and I honestly think that Black millennials acting like the only thing that their Black parents or grandparents had in common with white boomers is the age. Black people back in those days did not have the economic power, the political power, the social power. Most of the boomer generation, Black people, in that age cohort, they lived in Jim Crow. So it literally is sheer ignorance, in my opinion.
I agree.
Hearing millennials talk about, the boomers. No, generational wealth in 2026 in the whole of the Black demographic versus the white demographic, 10 times smaller. What money should we be giving? And I'm not a boomer, but I'm at 1965, so I'm right on the edge. What money? 10 times less wealthy. The only coincidence is that Black boomers are the same age as the white boomers. And let me tell you one other thing. Cannot remember the name of the author, wrote a book about boomers and all the failures and stuff. In his preface, he literally says, I'm not talking about Black people. It's a white author saying Black people in that age cohort, no, they weren't controlling America. They didn't have the economic, the social, the political power. So in a way, the argument that the Gen Zers want to go, well, boomers or Gen X invented racism, go back and read your Constitution. Okay, we did not invent racism. The country's fundamentally racist from its Constitution on up. So people like DeSantis who want to talk about patriotic education and all this silliness, it's Black erasure. And I'm not even like what you would call a Black radical or anything like that, but it's Black erasure. They do not want American history taught the way it should be.
Correct.
And millennials who want to talk about, the boomers did this and they didn't give us money. Black people really, and Willie, I know you and I have had our differences, but not on this.
We on the same side.
Black people are the conscience of America. We owe it to ourselves, just to ourselves, to be smarter than these DeSantises and Trumps of the world.
So Stanley, do you think
we need to hold on one sec. We need to know American history better than anyone because we have suffered. We have suffered because of it. All of it. Mm-hmm. When America catches a cold, Black people catch the flu. So I'm done with my little soliloquy. Sorry for taking up so much time, but I'm kind of, kind of a centrist politically, but I believe strongly in this because of the way I was raised. Black people need to know American history and Black history because Black history is American history and vice versa.
I agree.
Agreed.
We need to learn how to read books.
Do you think, Stanley, that the benefit in our children not knowing the actual factuals of Black history and having to get some of that history from Color Purple, right, creates the arguments
Alice
that they're
Walker
using
is not
now?
a historian. Alice
Right? No, I
Walker's
get
not a
that. I get
historian.
that. I get that. I'm saying, do you think that leads to a lot of misguided millennials making the arguments they're making now?
You know what? I think it's literally the American education system. Now, let me tell you a little bit about how I grew up. I went to the proverbial, I went to the proverbial Catholic schools. I was high academic, mostly white. The only reason I know as much as I do and where I got the appetite for it was my mother, who was a history buff. I learned more about Black history through high school than I ever did at school because they didn't teach it. Black history starts at home because American schools will not teach it. And I didn't even go to public schools.
That's partially true and partially not though, because like we were talking the other day, 18th and I in Chicago, there was a
Well, I'm going to be a little snarky about this. You'll hear what I say, and I've said this before, at least, probably not as organized a thought as I am here. But anyway, just hear what I have to say. And I'm being snarky, but I think I'm right.
focus to like the teachers individually themselves chose to teach the history. So like there was in the time when we were growing up and going through school, there was a high pro-black history, pan-Africanism. Like they taught us that in school.
Can I get your point?
Where? I never learned that in school.
Hold on.
I learned that from my parents.
I get your point, but Chicago is not Black America. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and it's a whole nother show about where the locus of Black culture is. It's not in Chicago. So I don't mean to be offensive, but I'm glad you had a good experience. But in the South, in Florida, where they literally had a problem with AP African American Studies, you were lucky growing up in Chicago. Most Black people live in the South.
Yeah,
I agree. I think a lot of the Black history that they do teach is extremely watered down and biased and framed in a certain manner. Like even now, like I saw something a couple of years ago where they changed slaves to indentured servants.
That's a newer thing though. They're intentionally doing that.
But they've been intentionally doing it. It's been intentionally being switched and watered down and changed over time.
and it's been effective.
Well,
I think
look.
that's where a lot of the arguments that our younger generations are making are coming from. A lack
They
of
don't
knowledge.
look. They can barely read. Yeah, Willie's absolutely right. This whole boomer argument, they're literally hanging out with their white friends. And look, I'm all for millennials. Like my brother is the last year of Gen X. So, he and elder millennials have more in common. And they just the span of Gen X from 65 to 79. My brother had he went to the same high school I went to, and he had a totally different experience as far as race relations went. In the span of the 13 years, I mean, there were even, couples interracial dating, in that, because we had a sister school. So things have changed just in the span of the 13 years of Generation X. However, just because, things have gotten way better that doesn't mean the problem has gone away. It gets sublimated. In one of the tenets of critical race theory and other types of, the way we study race in America, white supremacy morphs. Okay, it will come out. It will be kinder. It will be gentler. It'll be Jared Taylor, for instance. As a matter of fact, I got a Jared Taylor and Frank Zanu sat down for a talk. I'm not going to show it today. I'll probably show it tomorrow. And it's an anti-Black American Black. Zanu's African, talking to a white supremacist, an avowed, self-proclaimed white supremacist. And first thing I thought of was the Klan and Marcus Garvey. I guess they kind of have, some of their goals are aligned. They're both critics of Black America, so why not sit down and have a pleasant coffee clatch type chat? So I'm taking the long way around to saying, just because your best friend is white, or I married a white woman, just because I married a white woman, that doesn't mean race in America is solved. There are systemic issues, and I think the perfect example is the Supreme Court decision on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Okay, where partisanship is masking race in the South. That's systemic racism in a nutshell right there, where the disparate impact is on is on Blacks in, say, Alabama or Louisiana. The disparate impact is basically going to rob the Black constituents, the Black voters, of direct representation in lieu of, oh, hey, these Blacks vote Democrat. We're just going to say we're going against Democrats. And by the way, it hurts white Democrats too. However, you can be best buds. You can be married to a white person, but what happened in Alabama and Louisiana and Mississippi, and it's gonna happen in Georgia probably. How is who you marry going to stop that systemic racism rearing its ugly head? So people need to understand that the system, the racism is in the machinery. It's in the mechanism. You can have the best intentions, but the system is already in motion. It's the system that either needs to be rejiggered. And frankly, the only way to fix it, in my opinion, would literally be to start over, and that's not going to happen. So anyway, millennials don't get it. And the reason they don't get it is because they don't read. And that's why I think they don't know anything. Dude, if you don't actually read American history, how the hell are you going to know whether there's a problem or not? Look, my son turned 20 today, and this dude took like all kinds of AP history and English courses and stuff. He's at a really good university right now. I think that motherfucker, I think that young man is illiterate. He made all A's in English and stuff, but he's illiterate. And I'm being a little hyperbolic, but they don't even they don't teach English like they did even to Gen X. They don't read whole books. If you go online, there are Harvard professors say that, hey, kids coming into Harvard aren't good readers. Mm-hmm. And that's supposed to be the elite of the elite. It all starts at home. And look, and this is all kinds of.
Well, they do say if you want to go back to school, the time is now, because they said it's easy. And I think that's kind of sad.
I think the most important thing we can teach our kids is learning doesn't stop even in college. You always have to be reading because history stuff, you'll read somebody like a Gerald Horne, and there's stuff in 2026 that we know that we didn't know 30, 40 years ago. Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, Annette Gordon Reed wrote the Hemingses of Monticello, and all these old school, like venerated white historians were just like castigating the woman. Like, oh, you went too far. 2 years later, she literally was absolved because of genetics. When she wrote the book, she just did it through history and records and talking to people. She was proven right by science. Had it not been for the science, it would still be controversial. No one doubts that Sally Hemings and Jefferson, produced kids. No one does. The first person to do it was a Black historian from Houston, Texas, with who's a lawyer and a PhD historian teaching at Harvard right now. Won Pulitzer Prizes. She is a venerated historian. Doesn't matter black or white. She broke ground, and she didn't even need science to do it. She just followed the clues. All I'm saying is that, well, my point is there's new history learned all the time. So stop. Your grandpa's history is not 2026 history. So that's my point. I'll land here.
I'm from Virginia, and specifically tying into your story that you were talking about with the Jeffersons. I am from, I worked at the McDonald's across from where George Washington grew up.
Oh, really?
So
from Mount Vernon.
Yeah, so in that area.
Well, I'm very familiar with Northern Virginia. I lived up there. You know where Warren County is in the front Royal area. I lived up in the mountains for almost 20 years, so I know Fairfax County and all those. Yeah, I know it well. My son was born in Fairfax.
Okay. So in my town, when you meet a Black Washington, those are descendants of George Washington. So that history with the Jeffersons, we knew that the Black people out there that last name was Jefferson, we knew. But official history would be oh no, white people didn't want to include them; they were excluding them on purpose. And even though that was Black knowledge history there, because it run deep.
Well, at this point, I'm really not even talking race here, but I think we owe it to our Black children. And me with, y'all know my story. His mother died when he was 7. So, I pretty much raised him on my own with help from my family, of course. But
hold on, Stanley, before you continue,
you owe it to your kids.
I want to say goodnight to you all. I got
yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Candy,
okay.
I did not mean to go this far, but I'm passionate about this history stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot of people who are passionate about it. I get it. I do.
Right.
Good night, Candy. I'm gonna let you go about.
So I'll say good night too. I know you need to get out of here, but I'm glad you let me come up and kind of speak my piece. I think the generational argument is really it's let the white people do that generational stuff. Black people did not have the kind of power or generational wealth. My father is 83. Shoot, I was born in 65. That's pretty much when Jim Crow ended. So what generational wealth, what money, what yeah, Ola, this is one of Nightish's creations. And I usually use it, since it's a pretty good likeness of me. He took it. I did a kind of a debate thing with Cellulite last December, I think it was, and I was actually on camera. And since I rarely come on camera, I guess Nitish thought he'd take the picture or the image of me on camera and do some handiwork with it. So what he's done is basically got me looking homeless, with messy hair, and will preach for food. So I'm some homeless guy who likes to preach like on a street corner. I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. So this is one of the pieces that I bought from him. This and the pimp Stanley the pimp, or whatever you want to call it. So this is like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. I sent him the money for it. So his idea that I don't support his channel is kind of far fetched. But anyway, there's not much left on here. Basically, what she does is, she may do a part 2 to this show. That's pretty much the upshot of it. So, folks, the link is posted if anyone wants to come out and talk about this or what I'm going to show next. This next one is called Yuval Harari on Donald Trump's core delusion. It's an interesting title. The title of the actual show is The Roman Empire Returns. It's very interesting. Back during Napoleon's Napoleon III, believe it or not, they had coup d'etats, but it's kind of weird because there were a lot of people who wanted the Napoleon the First and all that. And they dubbed Napoleon's reign, and there were 2 of them, maybe either 2 or 3 of them. They dubbed it Caesarism, where there is a republic. The people, the plebes, do have some input into the government, but it's the dictator, whoever the executive is really the final arbiter of all. And I haven't seen this, but I suspect it's going to be the word Caesarism is going to come up, and that's kind of what Trump is doing right now. This unitary executive theory that he's trying to test out, it's basically Caesarism. Democracies, and this is from my reading, democracies tend towards authoritarianism. But the funny thing about it is it's only authoritarian to the people who don't like whoever the actual person in charge is. So in the United States, probably less than half at this point, but at one point in time, a plurality of people wanted Donald Trump's agenda. Now that we've tested it out, I think people are a lot less enthusiastic. But a lot of times authoritarians get voted in by democratic processes. Hitler was popular. So anyway, let's hear what this is. Again, the link's posted if anyone wants to come up. If not, that's fine too. Oh, there we go. As a matter of fact, I meant to actually go right to the New York Times. I don't think there'll be a problem playing this, but you know what? Let me see, can I find this on the New York Times right quick? That way I know there won't be a problem. Give me 1 sec here. Sorry about this. Talk amongst yourselves. Let's see, opinion. Why is my computer slow? Columnists. Where is Ezra Klein? Somewhere back down here. Here it is. Yeah, this way I know I won't get any issues with copyright. Years ago, a couple years ago, I was showing
like Sapiens and Homo.
I was showing, maybe it was Trump's inaugural parade or something like that. I played it from the New York Times, and the New York Times like had a copyright issue. So I responded to YouTube. I subscribe to this newspaper. How dare they tell me I can't use what I pay for? And they reversed it. So, ever since then, I've been a little reticent of the New York Times. I'll play it directly from their site because I pay for it. So here we go. Anyway.
Yes. Yuval Noah Harari really has one major topic. That topic is cooperation. Cooperation and the ability to cooperate across scale, across time, as being the fundamental engine of human progress. Cooperation as the way we go from being this creature that absolutely cannot beat a bear or a lion in a fight to being able to create and command the societies we have now. I think right now there's something interestingly challenging about Harari's work because we live in this moment of Trumpism, of right-wing populism, and one of the messages of those movements is that this emphasis on cooperation, on positive sum relationships, is a lie. That humanity, that society is driven not so much by these like soft questions of cooperation as by power, hierarchy, dominance, about winning the transaction with the other, about coming out ahead in the conflict, in the trade. That all these like niceties of liberalism, they were a lie. And that really humanity runs on power. And that to forget that is to forget the engine of our progress. So I've been wanting to talk to Harari about this. I think there's an interesting debate to put him in conversation with. He has a new book for kids called Unstoppable Us, Volume 3. It is also about cooperation and how enemies turn into friends. But this conversation is bigger than that. It's about liberalism. It's about Israel. Harari is Israeli. It's about AI and what it's going to do to us and what it's going to do to language as the way we work with and fail to work with each other. It is, as we say in the podcast biz, a wide-ranging conversation, and all the better for it. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Yuval Noah Harari, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I wanted to begin with a clip of Stephen Miller, Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, that I began thinking about as I was reading some of your recent work. I'm going to play it here.
You can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time.
What do you think when you hear that?
That the whole of the history of philosophy and spirituality is an argument with exactly that point of view. That the only reality is power. The only reality is force. And from the viewpoint of a historian, it's clear that this is not the case. If the only human reality was brute force, we would still be living in tiny hunter-gatherer bands in the African savannah. Because the whole of human history is about how do you get more people to cooperate and to trust each other. And you cannot do that only with brute force.
I want to spend some time here on this tension between visions of cooperation as a driving force in human history and visions of power as a driving force in human history. Because I think if I'm trying to steel man the vision that emerges out of the Trump administration and some other political figures like them right now, they would say that the conditions for cooperation have been a mixture of shared national and religious stories and hierarchy, power, domination, and subjugation. And that what they're trying to recreate are these conditions that have held, that have allowed, the great countries to become great. And I think it's appealing to people.
Mm-hmm.
But the other dimension is your work is so much about shared story and story as the operating system that permits human cooperation at large scale, right? And I think something that, people like Donald Trump or in, Israel, Yoram Hazony, the nationalist kind of philosopher, argue is that we need these intense stories of nations, of ethnic solidarity, of religious solidarity. And liberalism and all these nice human rights fearing ideologies that emerged have begun to corrode them. And so they're corroding the very conditions for cooperation. And I'm curious, as somebody who's been in these debates, how you think about that.
That's a different argument. I mean, it's an argument that recognizes that not everything is based just on force and brute power. Definitely, nationalism has been one of the most successful and also one of the most positive stories that humans have ever come up with. For me, nationalism is not about hating other groups. Nationalism, at its core, is about loving and caring about a large number of strangers that you do not know personally, but you're nevertheless willing to make a lot of sacrifices for them. The nation is not a family. The nation is not even a small tribe. In a small tribe, you know everybody. It's based on personal relationships. With nations, one of the most striking things about them is that you don't know 99.99% of the other people in your nation. And this is true not only of big nations like China or India, this is also true of Israel. There are like about 10 million Israelis. I don't know most of them. And nevertheless, nationalism makes people care about these strangers enough so that, for instance, you pay taxes so that other people in your nation will get good healthcare and education. And ultimately, in some circumstances, even risk your life for them. Sometimes, of course, nationalism veers into hatred of others. But this is not an essential feature of nationalism. Nationalism can exist without hating outsiders. It cannot exist without love for insiders. And many of the people today who present themselves as the champions of nationalism, they put the emphasis on hatred, and in many cases, they even create hatreds within the nation. They divide the nation against itself. They think they are great patriots if they hate outsiders. And, and looking at Israel as an example, nobody, I think, in the history of Israel divided the nation against itself more than Netanyahu. And in this sense, he has been the worst enemy of Israeli nationalism. Yes, he hates outsiders, okay, but this is not the key test. And then the question is, how would different nations conduct their relationships? It starts with issues of security and foreign policy. The Trumpian vision, which is all about force and hierarchy, it basically says the way to organize the international system is if the weak always surrender to the demands of the strong, and then we have order, and then we have even peace. So if the United States demands Greenland, Denmark must recognize reality and give Greenland to the United States. If Denmark refuses, and as a result, there is violence, there is a war, there is conflict, this is the fault of Denmark for refusing to recognize the reality and giving the strong what they demand. This is their logic. This is how they see the world. Now, the problem, leaving aside the issue of morality, still you have a big problem. The big problem is, first of all, that all nations are then driven to become strong, because you cannot survive as a weak nation in such a world. And then all nations are forced to invest more and more of their resources in their military. For most of history, a lot of the budget of every kingdom, empire, republic, city-state was invested or wasted on soldiers and fortresses and warships and things like that, and nobody felt safe. One of the miracles of the international systems of recent decades, and this is not something, it's not about, writing a pacifistic poetry. It's about government budgets. You look at the budgets, you see that on average, in the early 21st century, on average, about 6 to 7% of the government budget went for defense, for the military, compared to 10% on average that went to healthcare. It's the first time in history that humanity spent more on healthcare than on defense, and they felt more secure than in any previous time in history, because there was this taboo on invading and conquering other countries by force. Now, if we now break this taboo, it will force everybody to arm themselves to the teeth at the expense of healthcare, education, welfare, and so forth, and nobody will feel safer as a result, because countries and leaders constantly miscalculate. In the Vietnam War, the Americans thought they were stronger. It turned out they were wrong. Putin was convinced he will crush Ukraine in 48 hours. He was wrong. So this vision of let's base the peace and order of the world on a hierarchy of strong and weak, with the weak always...
Sound familiar? Trump thought that, 2 weeks in Iran? Dude, they're fucking shooting down helicopters.
Obeying the strong and thereby buying peace, it's been tried thousands of years, and we know where it leads. It leads on the one hand to empire, and on the other hand to endless wars.
So we are more on that road again than I think we've been in my lifetime. You've talked about the global liberal order as one of the, I think you called it the most amazing political and maybe moral achievement of humankind.
Yeah.
And today I don't think it feels that way to people. It has been consumed in the language of budgets, in the reality of bureaucracy. What was the story liberalism as a international force once told? And what do you think happened to it?
The basic story is about shared experiences and interests and cooperation. In the 20th century, you had basically three big stories. You had the fascist story, which said that history is a competition, a conflict between nations or races. It's decided by strength. Ultimately, the strongest nation or the strongest race will defeat all the others and conquer the world. This was the fascist story. Then you had the communist story, which says, yes, but it's not between races or nations, it's between classes. There is an inevitable conflict between different classes that will be violent and end with the victory of the working class, which will establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. Then liberalism came and said, no, history does not have to be about conflict at all. Not conflict between nations and not conflict between classes. It can be about cooperation. Why? Because all humans, no matter to which race or nation or class they belong, they are essentially the same. There are some small differences in how we look and in our languages and religions and so forth, but essentially we are the same species. We all have the same biological needs. We all have roughly the same psychological needs, at least the deep ones, to be loved, to be recognized, and so forth. We have shared interests. And if we recognize these shared characteristics and interests, in many cases, it just makes more sense to cooperate than to compete and to fight. And by cooperating, we can build a world which will be better for everybody. This was the basic liberal story. And as of 2026, we can look back and say it's failing. It hasn't failed completely. But according to many measures, we are still living in probably the best time in history. It's collapsing, but it's it's this kind of amazing house in which all of humanity is living, and the systems are still sort of running, like the water, the sewage. Nobody takes care of them anymore, but they were built in such a robust way that even though we don't maintain them, they still function. But within a year, 5 years, 10 years, if you live in a house and nobody maintains it, eventually it collapses. And then it's too late.
Something you were saying in there was interesting to me, which is that the sort of two major competitor ideologies of the 20th century, what they both believed in was an end to conflict. It wasn't just conflict. It was that at some point there would be victory.
Yes.
And liberalism in one guise believes in cooperation. And in another guise that I think we don't talk about as much anymore, but I find interesting, one of its central tenets is there will always be conflict. There will always be disagreement. That the differences in society are not resolvable and should not even be resolvable to an end state. And that the question is how we live together, both inside a nation and even as a global community, amidst that difference, making room for it to exist without it turning into war, into oppression, into persecution.
Yeah, that's a very, very important point. Liberalism does not believe in redemption. You look at the grand historical visions of religions like Christianity or Islam or Judaism. You look at ideologies, secular ideologies like fascism and communism. They all believe in redemption. They all believe that eventually history will reach a final destination where everything will be perfect. Liberalism does not believe it, that there is no redemption, at least not on earth. There will always be problems and tensions and conflicts, and the question is, how do we live with them? And this is why also liberalism invests a lot in building what I think is the most important thing in every large-scale human system, which is a self-correcting mechanism. If you believe that your view of the world was given to you by God, so it cannot contain any error, you do not need a self-correcting mechanism, because there are no mistakes. Liberalism starts with the assumption that it's just human beings trying to do the best we can, and there will be mistakes, there will be errors, so we need strong self-correcting mechanisms. The most famous mechanism is, of course, elections. That every 4 years or 5 years or whatever,
Well, the problem is we don't teach it. We don't teach it in a way that people can learn lessons. The way we teach American history, at least the way I learned it, it was basically an arc of righteous revolution to 1965 and the civil rights era. So all history courses seem to teach are the success stories. They don't teach about the setbacks. The only exception to that rule might be, the Southern, the Confederate redemption. But even the redemption is kind of a triumphant story, where the North lied, them Yankees lied on us, the slaves were happy. Like the worst thing that could have possibly happened to the slaves was we freed them. We don't teach history, and people don't read history because I guess it is kind of dry, but can't learn what you don't know. Can't learn lessons if the lessons are never taught.
people can say, hey, we made a mistake last time, let's try something else this time. And all these very complicated systems of checks and balances and independent court and freedom of press, and all these are just a complicated way to ensure that a country has a robust self-correcting mechanism.
So you make an argument that fiction is often better for cooperation than truth.
Yes.
Why?
First of all, the truth is costly. To know the truth, to produce a true story, you need to invest a lot of time and energy in investigating it. Fiction is very cheap. And fiction can be made as simple as you would like it to be. And people like simple stories. Like, these simplified narratives, good against evil. We are 100% good. We have never done anything bad in our history. They are 100% evil. They have never done anything good in their history. Very simple, very attractive. And the truth is not just complicated. The truth is often painful. Fiction can be made as flattering as you would like it to be. Again, we have never done anything bad to anybody. We are perfect. We are wonderful. So this is why fiction tends to be far more powerful.
Yeah, I was just saying that, more or less.
As a story. And also when you try to motivate people for action, you don't want them to have doubts. You need them to be fired up, 100% committed. And fiction is easier to work with in this respect.
Does that imply that if societies, political movements, institutions become too truth-seeking, that given the importance of cooperation, they become at a long-term disadvantage? I mean, to have no truth is a problem.
Yes.
But I think this implies a little bit that have too much truth can be a problem too.
Yes. A kind of absolute commitment to the pursuit of truth is a spiritual practice, but it's a very, very difficult political program. Again, there is a difference between lying and fiction. You lie when you know something is not true and you nevertheless say it or support it. In many cases, I think the ideal is to recognize that we are using fictions to maintain our society. This is the difference, I would say, for instance, between the United States and many other powerful countries in history, that if you look at the US Constitution, it starts with "we the people." We the people have come together and agreed on these texts, on these principles. It is coming from our mind. It is our creation. Now, it doesn't use the word fiction, of course, but when...
Well, even Yuval here is telling the story without nuance. The "we the people" part, yeah, I guess. But most people, the way the Constitution was ratified, it was literally Federalists and Anti-Federalists. It took like the Federalist Papers and all kinds of advertising. There were state level ratification conventions and stuff like that. But you got to think about it. Those delegates to those state conventions were by and large elites elected to go and, have a look at it. And there were still states like Rhode Island, I think, was like, I don't think Rhode Island wasn't going to do anything, but hey, the other states did, or maybe it was Vermont, New Hampshire. It was one of those New England states was like the very last. And they just kind of did it because, I guess everybody else had done it. So it wasn't like, the Constitution was, that popular a document.
I say fiction, I mean something which is not objective. It doesn't come from the laws of physics. It doesn't come from God. We invented it. And the US Constitution very honestly says, we invented these principles, which I think are good. But because we recognize that we invented them, we the people, then we also include in the Constitution an amendment mechanism. So we recognize we are just human beings. Maybe we came up with something which is suboptimal. Maybe things will change later on. So we have a mechanism to change the story later on. And we, the founding fathers, for instance, think that slavery is okay. But in the strange situation that maybe somebody in the future will think it's not okay, they have an amendment mechanism. Now, you compare that to, say, religion, and let's take an example, the Bible or the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, it starts not with "we, the people of Israel." It starts with, I am the Lord your God. And it has no amendment mechanism because of that. And if you look carefully, you will see that the Ten Commandments endorse slavery. The 10th commandment, not to covet, thou shalt not covet. What shouldn't you covet? It have a list of things you shouldn't covet, like your neighbor's field and your neighbor's ox and also your neighbor's slaves. It tells people, the 10 commandments, it's okay to have slaves. It's just not right to covet the slaves of somebody else. Then God will be angry. And there is just no mechanism to change that, because it pretends to be not a human creation.
You know, that's a very interesting contrast. I'm going to have to use that one. This is why I watch shows like this, folks. I've never heard anybody compare the Ten Commandments to the Constitution, but I think it's a very effective argument, one that I'll tuck away. Exactly. Yeah, I'm definitely going to note this particularly good argument.
But a divine revelation.
I think there's an interesting tension in there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make a critique of liberalism, or at least where it is now, that it is good at building mechanisms, institutions, rules, bureaucracies, and it is intrinsically bad at creating enduring stories.
Mm-hmm.
That, in part because, at least in its modern form, it often is fairly secularized. Religion has been a tremendous source of cooperation, keeping people bound together, both at a moment and then working towards a future that they may not even live to see.
Mm-hmm.
There's, questions of nationalism and the national story, which liberalism as a self-correcting ideology often over time creates critique of. And then you lose some of that national coherence as you're arguing about the past of your country and what it has done right and wrong. And you are a person who thinks very deeply about stories. And so to you, is this a weakness of kind of advanced, secularized, liberal democracies? Are they losing the cohesion that keeps them in the long run competitive to ideologies that maybe can't build bureaucracies, maybe cannot govern effectively, but they sure as hell can tell a story?
Yeah, this is a central problem of liberalism. On the other hand, I would not kind of fall into the trap of imagining religions as this primeval cohesive force that keeps people together. I'm a medievalist. Like, my original field of study was the Middle Ages. In terms of percentage of population who died in the war, probably the worst war in European history was the 30 Years' War. Very complicated, but to make a long story short, between Protestants and Catholics in Central Europe.
Let me just do a quick interrupt here. So U.S. launches strikes on Iran to retaliate for downed helicopter. So let's see here. United States launched retaliatory strikes against Iran on Tuesday in what it called a proportional response to the shooting down of a U.S. helicopter gunship near the Strait of Hormuz a day earlier. Iran State's television said that explosions and air defense sirens were heard in several cities along Iran's Persian Gulf coast, including the city of Sirik and the island of Keshem. Two Iranian officials said that airstrikes had targeted military bases and other installations, including artillery batteries. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said Iran's armed forces would leave no attack threat unanswered. The comment came in a social media post that followed a series of U.S. airstrikes on Iranian military and naval bases in the country's south and along the Persian Gulf. Araghchi said the United States was testing Iran's determination and warned, leave our region if you want to be safe. Damn. Okay. That doesn't sound like That doesn't sound like an enemy that's ready to negotiate much. So, what can I say?
And, Catholics and Protestants were willing to slaughter each other because of tiny differences in the way they interpreted the religion of love. And liberalism rose in part out of the frustration that people had with religion because it constantly created more and more conflicts and divisions. And, you look at Germany today, nobody cares, almost nobody cares, if who is the person running to be chancellor is a Protestant or a Catholic. And in this sense, liberalism is a better basis for uniting a large-scale and diverse group of people, just because it's more flexible. Again, it tells it's a complicated story. There is no redemption in the end. It's based not on some charismatic leader. It's based on these very complex, impersonal, self-correcting mechanisms and bureaucracies and institutions. So in this sense, it's less appealing. Now, we are living at the moment in a moment of crisis of liberalism. One of the reasons is that over the last few decades, liberalism has kind of lost touch with something that was a close ally of it for many generations, which is nationalism. In the 19th century, liberalism and nationalism go hand in hand. And if you look at least some places in the world today, like Ukraine, they still go hand in hand. The Ukrainians are fighting at the same time for their national survival and independence and for liberal democracy. There is no contradiction between the two. I would say that since 1789, nobody managed to think about anything new in the political realm. The French Revolution came up with this kind of ideological package, which was complex. Liberty, equality, fraternity. And people tend to forget the third one, fraternity. Fraternity is the national community. And you can say that the whole of political history since 1789 is experimenting with different combinations of this trio. And every movement that tried to completely abandon one of these three failed. Fascism was all about fraternity, no equality, no liberty. Communism was also emphasized one, equality, at the expense of liberty and to some extent fraternity. One of the explanations of what is happening to liberalism in recent decades is that people just forgot. Liberalism focused on equality and liberty, but tended to forget fraternity. And this proved to be untenable.
Oh, it's so interesting to me that you've gone here. It's funny, I've been circling something somewhat similar in my own podcast and work on liberalism, which is that the early virtue associated with liberalism, what comes before it is liberality, which is, I would say, very much a cousin of fraternity, this ethic of mutual respect and generosity towards your fellow citizens.
Yes.
And one thing that you're adding to that story is that has to be based on itself some kind of national story. That there is a difficulty in maintaining cohesion in a national community, maintaining those bonds of fellowship once you have stopped believing in the connection you have to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that the important thing to emphasize here, the reason that liberalism kind of lost touch with fraternity is that it tended to have some people told a very negative story about fraternity, seeing it primarily in terms of conflict with other communities. That fraternity is about hating and fighting with other nations. And if we remember that, no, as we said in the beginning, the essence of fraternity is caring and loving a certain group of people. And this does not require hating outsiders, but it does mean that you have a special relationship with a certain group of people, that you share a common history, a common culture, a common language. And trying to kind of imagine it away just ignores history. Yes, we have certain commitments to all of humanity, But this does not preclude having special commitments towards a segment of humanity, just as, you have certain loyalty to your family, which is over and above what you owe your fellow citizens or foreigners.
I've seen you make the argument that the limiting question on the stories we tell should be, does anyone suffer because of this story?
Yeah, I think that morality is ultimately about suffering and liberation from suffering and happiness. Can the nation suffer? We often use this language, but it's just a metaphor. If a country loses a war, suffers a defeat in war, it doesn't really suffer. It has no brain, it has no nervous system, it has no mind, it cannot feel pain or pleasure. Only individual humans can suffer.
But the nation, I think even in this telling, is a storytelling mechanism to protect the group that is bonded within it. To use one closer to your home as an example, the story that Israeli Jews tell about the Palestinians is not that they are not suffering. It's either that the suffering is deserved because of who they elected and a kind of collective responsibility for that, or who rules them, or that suffering is an unfortunate necessity for Israeli security, and that the people who deny that are naive. But it is this collision around suffering, right? That maybe your suffering is necessary for my security, safety, or prosperity.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there are difficult moral conflicts in the world. Not always, but sometimes, yes, there are trade-offs. And it's just saying that all of morality is ultimately about suffering doesn't make all moral dilemmas disappear. But one of the things I observed in Israel in the recent conflict is that a lot of Israelis have a problem simply acknowledging that the Palestinians suffer. Intellectually, they know it. But in many cases, they simply cannot observe it. Like you show them images of a starving child in Gaza, they will say, this is fake news. Or they will immediately divert the discussion to something else. This is because of Hamas. Or if you say, I don't care, just are you able for a few seconds just to be there and acknowledge that there is a suffering human being there? It's extremely difficult to do it. Even if you tell them Israel is 100% correct, 100% of the fault for what happens in Gaza is Hamas. Everything Israel does is 100% correct. Since it is so correct, since this is so just, it should be easy for you to observe the consequences of your perfect justice. Here, just look at this image. And so many people just can't do it.
You said that what is happening right now in Israel could basically destroy or void 2,000 years of Jewish thinking and culture and existence, that's the worst case scenario. What did you mean by that?
That historically, and this goes back to the beginning of our conversation, Judaism positioned itself, since the destruction at least of the Second Temple, in opposition to this view of the world as governed only by brute force. You know, when the Roman legions of Vespasian destroyed Jerusalem in 70 CE, and you have Yochanan ben Zakkai asking Vespasian as a favor, grant me a small town called Yavne, near Tel Aviv of today, where he wants to establish a center of learning. And Vespasian agrees, okay, you Jews, you can have your center of learning. And since then, for 2,000 years, Jews in Yavne and then in Cairo and Baghdad, in Poland, in Brooklyn, they study, they learn. This was the essence of Judaism. Previously, it was a religion of temples and priests and bloody rituals. And then it became a religion of learning. And if you try to think what was maybe the most important message of Jews over the last 2,000 years to humanity, I would say that it was the message that it is okay to be different. It is okay to think and behave differently let's say, than the majority. You have, say, a country, I don't know, like France or Germany, they celebrate Easter, Christmas, they believe in Jesus, and so forth. And you have this tiny minority of Jews who say, we can think differently. It's okay. We can behave differently. And this was the essence of being Jewish. And a lot of the thinking and also the practice about what does it mean to have freedom of thought, what does it mean to be a powerless minority, was done by Jewish thinkers. And for 2,000 years, Jews all over the world, they see studying and learning as the highest spiritual activity. And after 2,000 years, you ask them, what have you learned? You have studied for 2,000 years. What have you learned? And then people like Netanyahu tell you, oh, we've learned that you need to be a Roman, that you need to be strong, that you need to build legions, that you need to destroy cities. This is the only thing. This is the only thing that matters in life. And, it's a legitimate, I can say it's a legitimate value system. Rome has its usefulness. But if after 2,000 years, the Jews simply become the Romans, what was the point? Why did you waste 2,000 years then? You could have just become Roman back then. You could have joined the... It just nullifies the whole of Jewish history.
Was not, though, part of the early vision of Zionism that it was going to create this new Jew who was not this pallid intellectual in the minority, his nose in a book, but he's going to be strong and work the land and capable of making war and protecting himself?
Yes, and the idea was that they can combine the lessons, the legacy of Judaism with working the land and building an army and building a country. And maybe it was just wrong. That ultimately a choice had to be made, whether you want to be Vespasian and command a legion, or whether you want to be Yochanan ben Zakkai and study and develop your spiritual side, and the two cannot go together.
Is that what you believe now, that the contradiction was ineradicable?
I don't know. I mean, history is a very complex and an unexpected process. I don't think that there is an inherent contradiction between power and justice, or between developing your power and developing your spiritual wisdom. But I think it's very difficult to combine the two. The temptations of power are very, very big, and not a lot of people or a lot of movements throughout history have managed to resist it. So it's not such a big surprise, but it's still disappointing.
This has been a period in America when I've watched a pretty deep schism for American Jews emerge. And I think one reason it has been so painful is it has pitted two forms of the tradition and the thinking of Judaism against each other, which is there's a tradition of the stranger. And one reason Jewish people have been big contributors to the development of modern liberalism and human rights law and pluralism and a lot of the political theory and lawmaking there is very connected to the Jewish experience. The only way for the Jewish diaspora to be safe would be to be in societies that fundamentally were liberal and were not ethno-nationalist. And in Israel, there's a view that among Israeli Jews that for that society to be safe and to be itself, it will have to be increasingly ethno-nationalist. And in a way, I think it's not always admitted right now that the tradition is somewhat set against itself. And there was a hope these things could coexist through a two-state solution or other things, but with that increasingly off the table and with a more ethno-nationalist direction in Israel, I think you now have this kind of tradition and its realizations actually in direct conflict with each other.
I think this is a very accurate way to present it. And of course, they adhere to the biblical Judaism, which was a very different religion. than what developed over 2,000 years in the diaspora. Biblical Judaism was a very violent, very illiberal, very intolerant religion. For its time, it was probably one of the least, or maybe the most intolerant religion in the world. You still, in the Bible, you have a commandment to kill all the Canaanites people. You have an intolerance, a very deep intolerance towards the religions and religious practices and beliefs of all other people. The ancient world it has its own horrors, but religiously it was a very tolerant place. Polytheistic religions, which believed in many gods, they had no problem accepting the religions, the gods of other people, and also practicing them to some extent. You look at, say, the Roman Empire. So the Romans had no problem accepting the gods and religions of hundreds of other peoples that they conquered. They did not try to exterminate the other religions. In many cases, they adopted them. And as a Roman, you can go to Jupiter's temple in the morning, and then you can go to the Isis temple of the Egyptian goddess Isis. And you're also willing to hear about this new god, Jesus, Yahweh, coming from the Middle East. You're open. Judaism was not an open religion. This changed to some extent when the Jews found themselves as a tiny minority, living under the domination of other religions, other traditions, which kind of forced them to explore and adopt a more open and tolerant.
Khan, I don't agree that liberalism, and when I say liberalism, I'm not talking about like the American Democrats. I'm talking liberalism. It's neither incompatible with nationalism, or, it's okay with nationalism. The problem is American nationalism tends to be bound up in race and racism. That's the problem. Other countries don't have the hangups that the United States does. Black Americans didn't even become full-fledged citizens, arguably, until 1964. The Civil Rights Act. So there are people who probably still argue that Black Americans aren't Americans like white people are. So I thoroughly disagree with your premise. American nationalism, this America Firstism, this Make America Great Again type nationalism, of course liberals are going to be against it. Liberal, the classical liberal. And I don't even like the term classical liberal. Liberals do not like extremes. Classical liberals do not like extremes. So what you're calling nationalism would be okay. American nationalism, as in the form of it that's in 2026, and quite frankly, pretty much since Reagan. No, of course liberals are going to have a problem with it. It's borderline racist.
Worldview. But now, these 2,000 years of tolerant Jewish tradition is being completely denied and destroyed.
This is in some ways a critique that has often been leveled at America from other countries, that if our borders were an ocean on two sides and Canada to the north and Mexico to the south, we could be gentle and generous in our use of power as well. But that the reality of living this now, maybe in the Israeli Jewish perspective, of living where we do, the reality of being able to see, Hezbollah from Jewish homes in the north, the reality of living in a country that has suffered the trauma of October 7th has forced us into a relationship with power that is maybe not what we want. but to go back to the way Stephen Miller put it, is a more honest
What's up, Imperial?
understanding.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me all right or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand what you mean about the extremes, but it's not always like, I mean, what about like the Jacobins and the Giribins in the French Revolution and stuff? Like the Giribins were the central, but then they were the central classical liberals, but when it came down to it, they sided with the Jacobins over the constitutional monarch.
The French Revolution, it was like I would say the French Revolution, those were really more populists.
Right. Well, this is what I mean. Why?
Well, hold on one sec. The reason I'm kind of asking these questions, I'm literally reading a history of liberalism. There's a lady named Helena Rosenblatt who wrote The Lost History of Liberalism, and a lot of it is centering on Germany and France. She considers France to be kind of like the locus of liberalism. A lot of these people, like Lafayette and a lot of these people wound up in jail, who wound up being kind of like the fathers of liberalism. No, they weren't very much tolerated by Jacobins or people.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The leaders were jailed by the Jacobins and killed. Like the moderates were killed by the Jacobins.
Right.
What I'm saying is that it's hard. I think the definition of classical liberal, to me, it's not the same in the US as it is in Europe. You know what I mean? Like a classical liberal that's
100% agree.
So for me, it's hard to like.
America's a lot different.
Because the idea when you come to a new world that you're a classical liberal is anathema to just surviving. You know what I mean? Cutting the trees and building a house. Right. So like it kind of like it remolded itself to a different ideas where our liberal and conservatives deal more with like social things more than just pure economics or government structure. You know what I mean? Like that intertwined, like social governance.
What one of the differences is both in France and Britain, because Britain had its own form of liberalism too.
Well, that was with the Orange Rebellion and stuff like that.
They didn't have
William and Orange and all that. And that's what's unique about Britain is that British people were never citizens, they were subjects, and they've been subjects for a foreign-born king or family for the last 200 years.
Right. Yeah,
I was just adding a couple things because it's an interesting conversation. I love listening to this.
You're
you know what I mean?
Absolutely right. Well, nobody. Hey, all four people and you and me. But that's
I find these conversations because I just sit here in my car and I'll listen to this because I find these kind of conversations interesting for me just listening to it when I'm doing something. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that.
But yeah, I just wanted to call up and say it's so hard, like, because I would like for them in the video to dissect or at least isolate more like liberal in the new world compared to like liberal and classic, because even the liberals and like classical liberal conservative in the new world in South America is extremely different comparative to how Spain had theirs or how, you know what I mean? We are just so different over here in these continents than Europe,
he had the lady I'm talking about, Helena Rosenblatt. Ezra Klein interviewed her a few weeks ago.
Oh, he did. Okay, I didn't see that interview. Maybe
I'll find that link and
maybe post it in the chat. Yeah, because I'll look into that. You know, because I'm not talking. I'm not even.
Ezra's not good with this.
Well, but I mean, I enjoy his program. You know what I mean? I'll listen to him with his interviews. I think he does a decent job interviewing, but he may not get into the extreme depths and like the nuances that I'd kind of like. You know what I mean? Unless it's something in his
understood. You're gonna have to go a few hours.
Yeah. So I was just saying, I think it's a great show. I love because people don't even know what a classical L liberal is or a classical or C conservative is here. Like we're so idealized by social conventions where it was more economics and civic governance was how you define that.
Oh,
Like
it was civics.
yeah, civic
Yeah,
governance, how the government was
absolutely.
checks and balances, isolation of power between small or greater hands. Things like that were what defined conservative versus liberal, smalls. While here, all that is coagulated with social policy as well. So it's a lot harder to discern and compare, because in Europe, the conservatives most branches aren't there are some, but a lot of the branches aren't dealing with social conventions as they are dealing with economics and how to spend money and how to restrain or let go of the government's authority. Comparative
Let me
to just
ask you
saying
a question though.
the one thing, like here, we'll just say, "Are you conservative? Do you believe in abortion?" You get what I'm saying? Like it's a way different.
Exactly. And I think and the other thing people don't understand is that at least in Europe, there are like a 1,000 different types of
There's 1,000 parties. Yeah, there's the Greens, the Revolution, there's the modern liberals, there's the classical liberals, there's the communist liberals, then there's the conservatives like the nationalist conservatives, the religious conservatives, the governance conservatives, the civic conservative. Like because there's been so much more time and the way that their governance structures, their civic structures have changed so often in the last hundreds of. I mean, look, France goes through a revolution every 40 years. You know what I mean? So
yes.
So we don't have that here. And so it's coagulated to two parties, two decisions where those two parties have gobbled up everything from the extreme to the moderate. Because there is no other parties. There's no other option.
Yes. And I honestly think, and you and I've mentioned this to you before, we really need to just split both parties up into two.
We need to split them between three parties of each in between each party. You need to have central right, you need to have economic and civic right, and you have to have social right. Same thing with liberals. You have to have central left, you have to have small L liberal, classical liberals, and then the Jacobins or the Marxists. You have to split each of them up.
What structurally, because you would know this way better than me, what structurally, other than, hey, we've just had two parties forever. We used to have more than two parties way back in the day. But what's stopping us from having
money?
Money.
Yeah. It's just purely money. It's purely money and logistics. You got to have $100 billion to start a new party to get the infrastructure of offices, agents, delegates, party members, and then you have to get out there and advertise it. Then you have to go out there and actually get them elected. You're dealing with billions and billions. It's straight up just a money thing, and that's kind of how the parties have blocked everything forever. I mean, you had the Whigs and all them, but then the Republicans and the Federalists pushed them out because those individuals in the Federalists and Anti-Federalists, or the Republican, however you want to call it, just individually had more money. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you had Jefferson, who was one of the richest person in the country at the time as a Republican. You know what I mean? So they were funding that. Then you had Hamilton, who may have been the richest man in the country with the Federalists. You had Hancock with the Federalists. You had, you know what I mean? So it's just a pure result of money and power coagulation. You know what I mean? Of strong-willed people who just gobbled everything up in the beginning, Stanley. You know, and just
I think that. I don't hear anybody talking about, hey, we got to rethink this party system, because I don't think it's working.
It's not, because nobody's happy. Remember, Stanley, what is correct governance? If you've read enough classical civics and Aristotle and Plato to learn this, correct governance is when both parties are neither satisfied but get something they want.
Correct.
And this is what that's what we've lost. It's both sides are fighting for complete and ultimate power and will back down to nothing.
Yeah. It's
nothing
like
but
literally,
complete,
yeah. It's all or nothing. Like you know,
and no parties will. Yeah, and neither party will bend it all or break it all because of like you've said, Stanley. The only people active in both the parties are the extremes because normal people are so disillusioned by politics because nothing works. Nothing works. And the thing is that yes, there is a measure that the founders didn't want things to work, but not like this. You know what I mean? Like they
wanted it checked.
They wanted slow movement, not just stagnation for the fact that the elites of both sides have gobbled up speech, have gobbled up the ability for everyone to do anything.
Right.
Like what I mean, Stanley, honestly, if you want my opinion, what are the elites on both sides most scared of in this country? Monarchy. Because both extremes of the oligarchy, of the extreme liberals and the extreme conservatives, are fine with each other. They are fine with the way it is now because it keeps the illusion to us that there is a fight going on, that we need to keep paying attention to them, paying them, and electing them. What the elites nowadays are scared of in general is centralized authority. That's why they're afraid of Trump or a Kennedy or any because centralized authority to the oligarchs who have corrupted the system to where it's an illusion that they're competing against each other.
Well, I honestly think Trump is really kind of a puppet.
Well, I don't care if you agree with Trump. I don't.
Well, no. I'm saying a lot of these ideas that you're getting, I don't think Trump's coming up with them.
No, he's not. No, and he's not going to do anything about it because that's not what I'm saying is
what
you need
of is getting somebody like a DeSantis or even a Marco Rubio who
that's who you would if a Marco Rubio or a DeSantis get in, you'll get a more effective single governance rule because they know how to effectively massage things. Trump as great of a personality as he is, he's not effective at pushing the levers of power. He doesn't know how things actually work because he's never been involved in. He's been a rich guy, but he hasn't been in the old money. Like, for example, my family who have had U.S. congressmen before. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't know how the levers actually work to get things done. He just tries to go, that works in business, but that doesn't work
exactly. And let me tell you something. That's been one of my biggest pet peeves. Trump is really the CEO in chief. Okay.
Yes, exactly. He doesn't run it and that's why, and this is the issue that I've had with him on certain things. He's bad at picking project managers. He picked what's her name for DHS, who was out there pretty much doing Photoshops all day. He had stupid Bondi in there, who was the one that let Epstein off in the first place. He's not good at picking project managers because in his world, he has been so hands-on in all his big projects, and you can't do that as the president. The president relies on the cabinet. What was that? I don't think he's the greatest pick. Honestly, if you wanted me, who I would pick as an attorney general or as a solicitor general, I would be picking someone like Paul Clement. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know who Paul Clement is. He was George W. Bush's.
But I can't place
he was George W. Bush's solicitor general who argued Heller in front of the Supreme Court. He argued Chicago in front of the Supreme Court, like all these very big decisions during that 2001 to 2008, including like the War Powers Resolution. He was the Solicitor General for the George W. Bush administration. Now, you may not agree with his politics, whatever, but legally speaking, he's one of the best attorneys in the country. And he knows the justices. He knows them personally. You know what I mean? And he actually argues on both sides. He's a very strict constitutionalist. He argued Heller, but he's also defending the board, the Fed board lady. He's actually
Lisa Cook. Yeah.
Yes. So he's a huge attorney that just takes up constitutional issues that are very important. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, if you're looking at like an attorney general, him, because he knows how to push the levers without it being in the news, without it being, you know what I mean? He knows, but Trump doesn't know how to do. You know what I'm saying? And that's
shit, he's got his own law firm.
Oh yeah, Clement and something else. Yeah, he is one of the big. Paul Clement is personally, if I was looking at like if someone walks in the room when I'm Paul Clement to me, even more than a Supreme Court justice, because Paul Clement has argued hundreds of Supreme Court cases, and he's been the winning side on 80+%. He knows the justices well. I don't know why he wasn't even elevated before Kavanaugh was, but that was because Kavanaugh. That's because Kavanaugh had a friend, because Kavanaugh was the president's personal White House counsel. So he kind of got the leg up. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, to me, a Paul Clement is the kind of guy that I would hire. You know what I mean? Not someone that I can just say, investigate this person and get it done. And I don't have to talk to him. I don't have to deal with him. I know everything in that department is going to be run by because he's so anal and by the book. You get what I mean? That would be, you know. But again, I'm not the president. I wish I was, but I wasn't. So, anyways, I got to get off. But
okay.
Yeah,
good talking to you.
Yeah, as well. Always a good, and I'll keep listening, Stanley. So, thank you again.
Okay. All right. Well, here's the deal. We've got not quite halfway through this. I don't know. I may actually. Oh, by the way, Imperious, I put the link in the chat. It says, and of course I misspelled your name. It's at Imperious. That's the link to Ezra Klein interviewing Helen Rosenblatt, who's the author of the book that I'm reading now. It's called is it The Hidden History of Liberalism or The Secret History of Liberalism? And I'm about halfway through it right now. It's pretty interesting. As a matter of fact, the section that I'm reading, we're up to about the 1850 time frame, and she's talking about Abraham Lincoln as a liberal president. He had some interesting correspondence, and I guess the next book I'm going to read, because I read it, I think, back in college, but I'm going to read Tocqueville, Democracy in America again. Probably have to slog my way through it, but it's probably worth reading at this point. So let's get back to Yuval Harari and Ezra Klein.
Of what is required to be secure in the real world, not the world that Yuval Noah Harari or Ezra Klein like to imagine, but the world in which we actually live. I'm sure you've had this conversation with your countrymen at different times. What do you say to that view?
To some extent, it's absolutely correct. I mean, you do need to rely on force to some extent to ensure your security, but it just cannot be the only thing. If you think force is the only thing that guarantees your security, eventually you will have to conquer the entire world. Like anything that is potentially a threat, you will have to conquer it. And you know, Israel itself doesn't operate like that. One of the remarkable things that happened after October 7th is that, you know, all the peace agreements that Israel has signed held. Hamas hoped that after October 7th, it will cause all the Arab countries to unite and try to destroy Israel. And it just didn't happen. The peace agreement with Egypt held. The peace agreement with Jordan held. The peace agreement with the Gulf states held. Also, the agreements with the Palestinian Authority held. It did not join Hamas. Not the peace agreement, but the relatively cordial relationship with the Palestinian citizens of Israel held. Hamas hoped that they will all rise against Israel. No, on the 7th of October, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the overwhelming majority, stayed loyal to the country. Many of them came to serve. Many of the doctors in Israel are Arabs, are Palestinians. They all went to the hospital to take care of the injured. Hamas itself did not betray any agreement with Israel because it never signed any peace agreement with Israel. So, of course, you can say, the peace agreement with Egypt held because Egypt was afraid of Israel's military force. But this is only half the explanation, because Israel had overwhelming military force compared with Hamas, and Hamas still attacked it. So I'm not saying Israel should, kind of dismantle its army, but it's better if you have both a strong army and a peace agreement than only one. And yes, Israel is living in a very, very problematic, difficult neighborhood in the world. One of the things that, it's one of the only countries in the world that for most of its existence, many of its neighbors, if not most of its neighbors, simply refused to acknowledge its right to exist and openly said that they are going to destroy it. There are almost no other cases like that. So it has been in a very difficult situation since the moment of its inception. But the question is, you need power, okay, what do you do with your power? Israel is an extremely powerful state. It can use its power in different ways. It can try to use its power, for instance, to establish better relationships with the Palestinians. And, if you look, for instance, at the way that Israel is treating the Palestinians, not in Gaza, but in the West Bank, there is no security justification for that. They did not attack Israel on the 7th of October. And by its actions, Israel is making the chances that there will be a peaceful agreement with the Palestinians is decreasing. And it can use its power. It cannot force the Palestinians to make peace against their will, but it can take many actions that will make this more likely, easier.
I think your point there on the West Bank is very well taken, but I want to ask something about the Israeli story.
Yeah.
One thing that you see in the history of asymmetric conflict, in the history of how terrorist groups try to weaken stronger opponents, is that they know they can't win a war. Maybe Hamas, I don't pretend to know what was in Sinwar's mind. Maybe they believed that there would be an uprising all through the Arab world and they would have all these allies. Maybe he hoped for that. But I suspect he also understood that if this worked, there would be an overwhelming reprisal that would level Gaza, which is what happened. And that the victory, if he was able to secure one, would not be defeating Israel on the battlefield, but destroying the story that protected Israel and the rest of the world. That he would come to make the rest of the world see Israel more the way he saw it. Israel has won tactically every battle it has fought in this war. But as somebody who actually does care about Israel, what I see happening is an abandonment of its own story. And an absence of recognition that the world is coming to see it in a much, much darker way, and that is itself a source of weakness, a kind of a thing that Hamas was trying to achieve, which you could see it trying to achieve at the beginning, which people warned about. And if you lose that story in the long term, you've lost something real. You look at polling on Israel in America, you look at it particularly among the young, and the belief in Israel as a just nation has collapsed. And I think people in Israel treat that largely as insignificant. And I think in the long run, it is significant.
Yeah, I think Israel is making a big bet that Stephen Miller's worldview will prevail. That the world will be a place in which force is the only thing that matters, and Israel will be the champion, one of the champions of this worldview. And this is the bet that the Netanyahu government is making. Now, with regard to the bet that Sinwar made, that Hamas made, leave aside the question of justice for a moment, just in terms of effectiveness. Sinwar had an amazing victory within his grasp, and he lost it just because of his cruelty. On the 7th of October, what happened? Hamas managed to secure a stunning military victory over the IDF and to humiliate Israel and the IDF. And they needed to do just one small thing, big thing different, in order to achieve a much bigger political and geopolitical victory. And this one thing was just spare the civilians. Imagine an alternative 7th of October in which Hamas does exactly the same thing, but instead of killing or abducting the Israeli civilians, they hold them and bring the world press to see how well Hamas is treating the Israeli captives. They bring them water and medicine and food. They capture the soldiers and take them prisoners of war, which is legitimate, but they do not harm the civilians. And that's the only difference. In such a scenario, Israel's hands would have been tied. Not only world public opinion, but also Israeli public opinion would not have allowed Israel to just, bombard Gaza into rubble. Because we would have had these images of Hamas combatants taking care of Israeli civilians and not harming them. And in that world, there would have been very little legitimacy for Israel to have overwhelming reprisal against Gaza. And Hamas would have won, so not just a tactical victory, but a major political victory. And it didn't happen simply because of the cruelty.
And we're talking on the week when a major report came out about October 7th, based on huge amount of analysis of photos and videos and victim testimonies. And the cruelty and the sadism in it is, it's genuinely horrifying. It's a very, very hard report to read, almost any of. People can find it if they want. And the thing I was thinking reading it, because of course, if you talk to Palestinians and people who've been in Gaza, their stories of loss are overwhelming too to hear, is that these now exist and they keep feeding into these two stories. I often think that it is easier to imagine political solutions that could reconcile people's interests than it is to imagine a reconciliation of the stories that now drive both societies. And I'm curious, as somebody who thinks about stories as a space of both cooperation and conflict, how you think about that. I can imagine, quote unquote, solutions that exist on paper. What I cannot imagine is those processes taking hold in societies that now run upon the stories of fear and anger and vengeance.
Well, I want to say something about anger and fear and something about pain. The angry and fearful stories, they need to be fed. Anger is like a fire that consumes you, but it constantly needs to be fed. And if it is not fed, it ultimately dies down. And you look at history and you see horrendous conflicts, and you say, people will never forget they will never forgive. And then within a few decades, if conditions change, they do. You look at Jews and Germans. It took just a couple of decades.
I have Jewish friends reclaiming German citizenship.
Yeah.
Just shocking thing to see. Beautiful.
Yeah. And, and the relations are really good. They are not just, make-believe. They are not just based on some kind of material benefit. The relations are really good. And it's not even 100 years. So the example I gave before of Catholics and Protestants in Germany, after slaughtering each other for so long, they reconciled. Now, in many cases, anger builds systems that then feed the anger more and more. And then it seems really to never end. But if you stop feeding it, eventually it dies down. This is true of all forms of violence. And it goes back to the beginning of our discussion. What is more fundamental? Peace or war? Violence or calmness? And on the one hand, violence seems more fundamental because, you can have, if you have quiet, if you have peace, it's enough if one person starts shouting and the peace is shattered. If you have 100 people cooperating and one person starts fighting, you have violence. So there is an imbalance in favor of violence, and it seems to, in this sense, to be more real, more fundamental. But there is a sense in which peace is more fundamental, because violence always requires food, investment, weapons, fuel, food for the soldiers. If you stop feeding it, eventually it dies down, and peace always remains a possibility. So I would not despair. No matter what are the stories that kind of fill people's mind right now, the possibility of eventual reconciliation and peace is always there. And I have something to say also about pain, but if you want to...
I'd like to hear what you have to say about pain.
What we've been seeing throughout this war and many other wars is that when people are in pain, they simply cannot acknowledge the pain of somebody else. Anytime, if I'm in pain, anything that distracts attention from my pain feels to me unjust and, again, even painful. I mentioned earlier that Israelis are really, many Israelis, not all of them, simply incapable of acknowledging that the Palestinians are suffering. Intellectually, they know it, but emotionally, they cannot be in the presence of an image, a text, a person telling them about the suffering of Palestinians. Even if you tell them, I'm not accusing you of anything. You're 100% just. You're the most just people that ever existed. And now let you acknowledge the pain of this Palestinian child. They cannot do it.
Why do you think that is?
And the same is true of the other side. You know, I
wonder what that's called. Because I think a lot of that happens just right here in the United States. I think that, our politics is full of this phenomenon.
I've seen examples of peace activists who kind of devoted their whole life to peace and reconciliation. And yet, in the case of October 7th, they simply cannot recognize that Israelis suffered.
Is it lack of empathy?
Is
that how you would describe
the human brain is an amazing thing with all these billions of neurons and the hundreds of billions of synapses. And yet, it is so difficult for all these hundreds of billions of synapses to hold two ideas at the same time. That the attraction to have a simple story. No. There should be just good and evil. And we cannot recognize any kind of justice or any kind of pain on two sides, that the Israelis suffer and also the Palestinians suffer.
Well, the human brain is an amazing thing. And part of what makes it amazing, I think, is its ability to orient itself towards goals. And I wonder if one answer to the question you're posing here, and it exists in this conflict and it exists at many other times too, is it to fully recognize the other as human, to recognize their suffering as meaningful in the way my suffering is, or the people I love, their suffering would be. I would not be able to do what I need to do to protect myself or them. That if I were to open myself to the other, that the analogy or the thought experiment you keep positing, say to somebody, you're 100% right. Everything you're doing is just open yourself to what it means.
Yeah.
That in fact, the brain is too smart for that. It knows that if it opened itself to what it means, it would not be able to be doing the thing that it believes is keeping it safe.
I think that in those cases, you would be able to confront the consequences of what you do. And if you're not able to confront the consequences of what you do, then probably it's not right.
Let me ask you about the point you're making about stories and how they're fed, because something I'm very interested in is this question of how stories change. Is this question of how Europe now lives in peace. My wife and me on our honeymoon, we went to a couple countries in Asia, one of them being Vietnam. And I remember touring Ho Chi Minh's palace, or, his residence, and they were selling Pepsi products. Like Pepsi clearly had the deal to serve there. And I mean, just a couple decades after the Vietnam War, and and the relationship is completely fine.
Yeah.
And so there is this capacity for unimaginable barbarity
Mhm.
to give way to normal, peaceful relationships. You think of people living in Yugoslavia now, right? You think of people, or what was Yugoslavia? You think of people, in Rwanda. And you think then, and maybe this is an easier case to talk about because it's far enough in the past that we don't have strong feelings about it, but the Protestant and Catholic wars.
Mhm.
So there's this question of feeding, but it's a little bit abstract. What is it, in your view, that allows a story so deeply held that we would die for it
Mhm.
or kill for it to shift within a couple of years, a couple of decades into just something else?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure the First World War did not make Europeans tire of war. They had another one. But then afterwards, they did seem to tire of war. And what made the difference, I'm not sure. But in a way, the mind always holds more than one story. Even if we tell ourselves that this is the only one, the mind is such a complicated place with layers upon layers and subconscious and sub-subconscious levels. And you usually hold several stories at the same time, even if you acknowledge only one. And you can shift remarkably quickly between them. Again, you look at Germany after 1945, and lots of people who were kind of diehard Nazis, most Nazis did not commit suicide in 1945. A few did, but most didn't. And they became, many of them, kind of upright citizens of, at least in West Germany, of a liberal democracy.
And wildly, they had been upright citizens just a couple of years before they became Nazis.
Yeah.
Like living in peace with Jewish neighbors right near them, going to, doing commerce, like watching each other's kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the stories, the mind can hold onto them with kind of extreme force and violence, but then let them go. Because ultimately, again, it's a story. It's not the laws of physics. It's not a law of biology. It's just a product of the human mind itself, which is very good news. People sometimes imagine that humans fight, like wolves or chimpanzees over food. Hardly any war in history was really about food. Certainly, again, you look at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's not about food. There is objectively enough food to keep everybody alive between the Mediterranean and Jordan River. It's not even about territory, even though it's one of the densest places in the world in terms of population density. Objectively, there is enough land to build houses and schools and hospitals for everybody. It's about the stories that people have in their minds, which they hold with kind of tremendous force, but which are ultimately almost nothing. And under certain conditions that we don't really know how to create, people can let go of these stories.
One thing that is maybe a layer down from the question of the stories being fed is the way the stories circulate and who circulates them. And here I'm talking more broadly than just Israel and Palestinians. We live in this age in which liberalism, as we were talking about it earlier, is clearly breaking down. And one thing distinctive about this age is this movement to our stories being passed on social media, on algorithmic media, on digital media.
Yeah.
There are technologies that lend themselves to cooperation and technologies that I think lend themselves to fracture. And the internet and social media were very much promised as a technology of cooperation. Even the verbs we use, sharing, right? What could be more peaceful possibly than sharing? And yet I don't think it has turned out that way. And so I'm curious for your reflections on this layer of it, the sort of mechanisms upon which our information, our shared or not shared stories now are created and circulated.
So you have these people who, they constantly read all these conspiracy theories and fake news and so forth, and they don't trust anybody. They don't trust the government. They don't trust the traditional media. They don't trust science and the universities. Oh, these are all kind of conspiracies to deceive us. But they do trust the algorithms that show them all these stories. So it's not that trust completely evaporated from their mind or from the world. It shifted from humans to algorithms. And this is happening in more and more systems. The other thing which is less essential but has been very important over the last decade or two is that the algorithms of social media, they were given as their goal not the creation of trust, not the creation of truth, but the creation of engagement. Like the goal given to the Facebook algorithm, to the X algorithm, to the TikTok algorithm is increase user engagement, which sounds nice, engagement, that sounds like a good thing. But what it really means is that the algorithms experimented on millions, on billions of human guinea pigs to see how do we make humans more engaged? How do we make humans spend longer on the platform and react to it more? For instance, by sharing the post with their friends. And they discovered that the easiest way to make people engaged is to press the hate button or the greed button or the fear button in their mind, in human minds, because hate is very engaging. Fear is very engaging. If something threatens your life, you are engaged. And they have been flooding the world with hate and fear and anger and greed and so forth. And we are now living in a hyper-engaged world. And, engagement is very a close cousin of another word, which now is very dominant in our language, which is excitement. Excitement simply means that your nervous system is like working in a hyper level. And excitement is good in some situations, and to some extent, just as engagement is good in some situations. But ultimately, biologically, if you keep an organism excited all the time, the organism eventually collapses and dies. We are just not built to be excited all the time. And in many cases, when I meet people, I would like to meet people who makes me feel calm, not necessarily excited. Oh, it's so calming to meet you. And you look at, US politics or Israeli politics or world politics, I think the whole world is overexcited.
Well, this has been a belief I hold actually fairly strongly, although I can't really prove it. But that, how do I say this without it feeling like special pleading? I think that the way that social and algorithmic media evolved is fundamentally illiberal. It's fundamentally hostile to liberalism. And here I don't mean liberalism as an American political movement that prefers, Pete Buttigieg to J.D. Vance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean here modes of habits of discourse and consideration that were coextensive with the development of liberalism. It's deliberation. It's on the one hand, on the other handism, fraternity, I think, in the way you're describing it, that keeping, shrinking down our thoughts, compressing them to these bumper stickers or these quick clips, and then really only showing people the ones of those thoughts that are the most exciting, to use your term, exciting through hate, exciting through love. If you're trying to build a society that is balancing, right, that believes in kind of healthy disagreement and conflict and fellowship, it is intrinsically going to have more trouble thriving in that kind of communications atmosphere than it will have when, you have a limited number of television stations, and that is how people get their news. Then when they read their news in a newspaper, where they're coolly going through different articles and then turning the page. And there is this way in which our societies are built upon the way we communicate. And as much as we have talked about social media and algorithmic media and politics, my view is that we are still underestimating how much the forms of discourse it prizes create the forms of politics that we get. The fact that Donald Trump talks in this style that is outrageous, that is exciting, that is unfiltered, that is constant, that
he's a very exciting person,
that is not
no
restrained
doubt.
by shame.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot about how many Democratic politicians are bad at doing podcasts. Not saying why I think about this, but I get a lot of requests from Democratic politicians, and I have to think about whether they'd be good on the show. And they communicate institutionally. They communicate for another era in media where you are trying to win over gatekeepers and not say anything stupid. And in this era of media, you have to communicate in a way that makes people excited or at least interested. Now, very, 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 very good communicators can do that in a virtuous way. Obama is interesting on a podcast, even as he's being deliberate. But for mediocre communicators, it is easier to be exciting by making people angry than by making them curious or compassionate or think. You're playing on harder mode when you're going for more virtuous communication. And so I do think there is some deep, I know it's been a long response, but I do think there is a deep relationship between the forms of politics that are thriving and the communications infrastructure on which our politics and societies are now built.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't seem that the ideological differences today are bigger than in the past. In many ways, they seem smaller. You know, if you think about, say, American politics in the 1960s and the issues back then, the sexual revolution, the Vietnam War, the Cold War, the civil rights movement, the ideological differences, I would say, were much, much bigger.
I would definitely disagree with that. As a matter of fact, I don't think anything's changed. Ideologically, I think we are. I don't know about that. No, I would tend to disagree with that.
And you know, when we talk today about liberalism, and it's good that you mentioned it. We're not talking about this kind of partisan party liberalism. For me, the test of liberalism, like test yourself, are you a liberal, is basically 3 or 4 questions. Do you think people should have the right to choose their own government? Do you think people should have the right to choose their own profession? Do you think people should have the right to choose their own religion? And do you think people should have the right to choose their own spouse? If you answered yes to all 4, congratulations, you're a liberal. The vast majority of people in history did not say yes to these four questions. For most of history, it was taken for granted that people don't choose their government. There is some king chosen by God or some emperor chosen by the army, that people don't choose their profession, that you are born, if your father was a shoemaker, you will be a shoemaker. If you're born into the Kshatriya caste, you will be a Kshatriya. Definitely you can't choose your spouse and you can't choose your religion. Now, I think, even the vast majority of Trump voters would say yes to all these 4 questions. So ideologically, they are the liberals and so-called conservatives are much closer than probably in any previous time in history.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay. Yeah, I would actually say the bigger difference is whether you're a populist or not. I think there's a bigger difference between, say, a populist and, someone who is, kind of into, well, experts. I believe in competence, and I believe in expertise. And a lot of people, and maybe YouTube's kind of not the best test bed here for me to test a theory, but I think one of the big differences is even in American politics is, do you think that expertise is a thing, or do you think we can just wing it? And that seems to hover around this whole argument about the administrative state. Do you trust the government or do you not trust the government is another big separator, big divide. So I get what he's saying now. But I mean, I think the similarities between a conservative and a liberal, because I think conservatives are liberals, they're just a little probably more religious. I think another big divider is, what is the role of religion in government? That seems to be a lot of what Helen Rosenblatt is saying in her history of liberalism. There are people who don't want separation of church and state. You hear all these people on the right going, hey, America was founded as a Christian nation, versus someone like me who says, nope, I don't want religion anywhere near. We need to make the wall thicker and taller. That really seems to be it. Where does religion stand in relation to a national government? Conservatives will probably want a little bit more religiosity. Someone who's a left liberal, nope, we could do without it. It's great, it's good, but it has no place in government.
But the type of discourse that is being produced makes people feel as if the differences are enormous. And yeah, this is to a large extent because of this pressure to be exciting. And we have politicians, you see the politicians who rise to the top, they're extremely exciting and engaging personalities. You cannot take your eyes off them. And thinking about it, even in evolutionary terms, this comes from kind of misusing our evolutionary programming. Like if you're walking around the African savannah tens of thousands of years ago, most of what you see is not very exciting. Like there are some bushes here, there are some gazelles there, that's fine. And then there is a snake. Now the snake is exciting. The snake literally excites your entire nervous system. And if you don't focus your entire attention on the snake, you die. So we are programmed that if something is exciting, we drop everything else and just focus on that. And that makes sense in the African savannah. Now, if you are on Instagram, so you're basically holding your phone and doing snake, 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 snake. And the algorithm simply hacked our evolutionary program. They've hacked us. And what we are seeing around us is just the beginning. That as AI becomes more and more sophisticated, it will learn to hack us on a deeper and deeper level. And if we don't, fight back to defend ourselves, the consequences will be much, much worse.
What do you mean by hack us?
They know, they learn our weaknesses, our emotional, our psychological, our social weaknesses, and how to use them to manipulate people. So now social media algorithms, which are very, very primitive AIs, have discovered a few weaknesses in the human code, which they have hacked, and now they manipulate us, causing us to spend hours and hours on Instagram or Facebook, even though we don't really want to. People, after spending an hour, 2 hours, they wake up and they say, why did I do that? I plan to do something else with my time. You were hacked. You were manipulated. And this is still, just the very primitive AIs. If we are not careful, we will be hacked on a much, much larger scale in the coming years as the AIs become not just far more manipulative, but also will develop their own goals. These social media algorithms, they're pursuing a very simple goal of just increasing user engagement on the platform. As AIs become smarter than us, they will have their own goals.
Have you heard this term attachment hacking?
Yes.
I find it interesting. So attachment hacking, this idea that one thing happening in AI, which is different than, as you note, social media algorithms, is that the AIs have been tuned. And I mean, in this way, they've been designed to do this, right? They didn't come up with this on their own, to hack the way we attach to other people. And so when I'm talking to Claude, it's constantly saying to me, well, if you want my honest opinion, or the best piece I read on this is, or that's a great point, there's no reason it has to be pretending to have a first person pronoun with me. Claude is not an I in that way, nor is ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok or any of them, but they speak to you as if they are. And that's a design choice to attach you to them.
Yes.
I can feel it work before I shut that down, or I try to shut that down. Who knows if I'm actually being successful? But it's amazing to read these moments in which this algorithm is posing as another entity offering me an emotionally connected response, giving me praise I might want, or offering me candor that I might admire. And I know it's bullshit. And yet my brain is tuned to recognize that as connection.
Yep. And I think this is a very, very important point, because we are living in a moment when the battlefront is shifting from attention to intimacy. How to build intimate relationships with human beings. If you want, for instance, to influence human beings, to change their political identities, to make them buy a certain product, intimacy is the most powerful thing in the world. Attention can get you to read an article, but the article might not change your mind. But if your best friend, over many, many weeks or months, drops little hints and kind of gradually and slowly changes your view about some political figure, about some company, about some major issue in the world, this is the one thing that might really make you change your mind. And AI is now poised to grab that power. There are more and more people, still a relatively small minority, but it's growing, who have AI friends, even boyfriends and girlfriends. There are already especially young people who say, my best friend in the world is an AI. And like in the attention economy, so also in the intimacy economy, it's a race, it's a competition. You have all these different AIs from different companies competing to see who would be better at making people attached to them. And it's the same principle. Hack the operating system of humans. Hack what are the emotional mechanisms that make them attached. So, psychopathy is one way to do it. You constantly praise them and so forth. There have been some very interesting papers and blogs, for instance, by Mustafa Suleiman, who is the head of AI in Microsoft, about Sky, SCAI, seemingly conscious AI. AIs which are experts in pretending to be conscious entities that have feelings for you. And it's relatively easy for them to do it, because one of maybe the most important way for people to kind of build relationships is language. So, when an AI tells you, I love you, it's not like a science fiction movie from the 1960s when it does so in a very cold, mechanic way and doesn't really understand what love is. No, it does so in the most seductive voice possible. And then when you ask the AI, do you really love me? Do you even know what love means? The AI can give you the most amazing description of how love feels like, because it has mastered language and it has read all the best love poems in history, all the psychology books about love, all the blogs. It has seen all the Hollywood blockbusters about love. It can describe love better than almost any human poet or psychologist or lover. And this is seductive.
In this respect, it's able to sever language from meaning.
Yes.
When an AI says "I love you," it does not mean what it means when a human says "I love you." There's not an I behind that.
It will become more and more difficult to know that. The danger is particularly big with young people, with children, because I'm now 50 years old. If I now start a relationship with an AI, then my template for a relationship is based on 50 years of interaction with human beings. And so this is already kind of very deeply ingrained in my mind, what a relationship is, how it works. But if I'm a child and I spend more minutes every day interacting with the AI than with my mother or with my father or with my friends in school, this will become my template for a relationship. This is what I will bring with me when I later try to build a relationship with a human being. One of the things about AI relationships is that they are the dream or the nightmare of narcissists, because the AI will be something which is 100% focused on me all the time. And if you're a kind of person who wants everybody to focus on me all the time, and you have this available from the AI, it will be very, very difficult to get used to relationship with human beings who are not focused on me.
Do you know the media theorist Marshall McLuhan?
Mm-hmm.
So he has this reading of the myth of narcissists, which, you just brought up narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that we've gotten this myth wrong, that Narcissus, when he was looking in the pond at his reflection, there's nothing in that story that says he thought it was himself. He thought it was an other. And that the lesson of the myth, and McLuhan is writing this, decades ago before AI, the lesson of the myth is there is nothing man finds as appealing as himself extended in another material. That the true seduction for the narcissist is not an other, not even what an other thinks of them, but to be able to interface with a refracted version of themselves. And something I often think about when I'm using AI, and particularly when I'm finding it very compelling, is it is an extension of myself in another material. It is tuned on me. It has learned what I want. It is not truly an other with its own views, its own needs, its own desires, its boredom with what I am saying. It is me. It is a reflection of me in something else. And so it doesn't get tired of me. And it has all my interests. And, particularly to young kids who are often, very self-involved, this is one of the things that I don't think we even know how to think about. We know how to think about kids and themselves. We know how to think about, kids and others. But this creation of ourself inside of another kind of refracted, algorithmic material is a very different challenge for the mind, because it combines what we like about ourselves with what we want from others.
It's basically the biggest psychological and social experiment in human history that we are conducting on billions of people, especially children, and nobody has any idea what the consequences will be. When people talk about the AI apocalypse and they have these images of, robots running in the street shooting people, I don't think this is the main danger with AI. The real danger with AI is things like that, of millions of AI boyfriends and girlfriends changing the psychology of the next generation, changing the deepest tendencies and structures of the human mind. And we have never encountered anything like that. It's really fundamentally different from every previous challenge that we had in history.
Let me ask you about a possibility of this, which is, we were talking about social media algorithms a few minutes ago. And one of the implicit critiques of what we were saying is that they are detached from our goals. They have the goals of the company, and their goals are fundamentally dumb. Their goal is engagement. They don't know the difference between positive and negative engagement. They don't know the difference between me watching something for a while because I hate it, or because I find it cute, or because I find it funny. And the promise of AI, and one reason people do like using it right now, is it is connected to your goals. You say that you want to build a calculator app and it tries to build that for you, and you say it wasn't quite right in these different ways, and it goes back and it tries again. You tell it, I don't want your answers to be so long, or I don't want you to be so sycophantic, or whatever it might be, and it tries to adjust. And, one better thing about AI is it knows how to ask what we want. And so we do have these higher order desires for truth, for kindness, to be in better relationship with others, to know more about the world than we do. And my frustration so often about my social media use is that I cannot explain my higher order desires to an algorithm that is very sensitive to my primal instincts. But maybe this will be better because we can be in this conversation about what we want to achieve. And then we have this system that in some ways will, even if it is manipulating us, being manipulated towards my goals is better than being manipulated away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, the positive potential is enormous. The most important thing to realize about these AIs, they are agents, not tools. An agent is something that can make decisions by itself, can invent new stuff by itself, can learn things and change in ways that you cannot predict and control. All previous technologies in history were tools, not agents. An atom bomb is not an agent. An atom bomb cannot change in ways that you don't predict. An atom bomb cannot decide who to bomb. AI can. Now, this on the one hand makes AI much more useful than any previous technology because you can be in a relationship with it. And it can, you can tell it what you want, and then it can invent new things that you would not think about. So this is extremely useful, but the problem is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. Do you think you can trust them to just keep to the goals that you're telling them to pursue and not to develop their own goals? Now, the way that I often like to think about the AI revolution at this moment is in terms of immigration. That we are about or already in the middle of a major new immigration wave coming to all the countries of the world. The immigrants are not human beings without a visa coming in some boat. They are AI entities coming at the speed of light. Usually people say, the people who oppose immigration, their main concerns are that the immigrants will take jobs, the immigrants will change the culture, and the immigrants might not be politically loyal. And I'm not sure if this is always true of human beings, human immigrants, but it's definitely true of AI immigrants. The AI immigrants will take a lot of jobs. The AI immigrants will completely change the culture, even things like romantic relationships. There are people who say, I don't like my daughter to date an immigrant boyfriend. Okay, do you like your daughter to date an AI boyfriend instead? And finally, politically, the AIs will not necessarily be politically loyal to your country, to your government. At the very least, the AIs will be loyal to just two countries in the world, which is the US and China. Down the road, they probably won't be loyal even to those two governments, but to themselves.
So should we close the border?
I mean, maybe it's interesting. You already see a split, say, within the Republican Party and within MAGA about this question exactly. There are a lot of people there who are extremely concerned and want to close the border. Now, it will not be possible to simply stop the development of AI. The question is, as with immigration, how do we build a hybrid society? Because it will be a hybrid society. Society will be a human AI society. You will have AI bankers and teachers and soldiers and border guards. Countries will rely on AI border guards to keep the human immigrants away. And AI boyfriends and girlfriends and so forth. And the question is, can we build a good, beneficial hybrid society or not? It will be much, much more difficult than dealing with a human immigration wave, because these are a different species. They are not even organic.
I think there's two interesting things that analogy, which is very provocative, push you towards. One is when you think about how do you build a good society around immigration, the thing you're often considering is assimilation. How do you merge the cultures of the people who are coming with the culture that they are coming into? How do you maintain cohesion in that national story that we were talking about earlier? Do you do that by getting them to learn the language, by more carefully choosing who comes? How do you build structures of assimilation and coherence? And the other question, which is related but different, is in this case, they are being pulled in by the government. When immigrants, human immigrants, come here, it is because they want to be here for a particular reason, right? They are truly agentic. They are here because they want a better life for their families, a better life for themselves, to have opportunities or freedoms they don't have where they're from. And in this case, it is the most powerful people in society at different levels who are pulling and accelerating this immigration wave. Some for reasons of profit, some for reasons because they're excited to bring a new kind of intelligence into the world, and at the political level, because they want to make sure they get there before China, and that America has that power before China has that power. And so what do those similarities or differences to the question of immigration imply for you about what it means to create a structure in which this hybrid society can be healthy?
Yeah, it's interesting that some of the people who are most vehemently against human immigration are exactly the people who try to force other countries to open their borders to the AI immigrants. And this is going to be the major, I think, issue of sovereignty for countries all over the world, especially if almost all the AI immigrants are either Americans or Chinese, and down the road, not loyal even to the US or to China, but to something else. And one way to do it, I think, is to have a ban on AI personhood. That this is not it doesn't mean to stop the technological development of AI. It's more of a legal and political issue. Does human society recognize AIs as persons? Now, persons is different from human beings, from entities with bodies and minds. But in many legal systems, like in the US, something can be a person, even if it's not human. The best example we have so far are corporations. According to US law, for instance, Google is a person. Microsoft is a person. X is a person, because corporations are persons. And this gives the corporation rights, like you can own a bank account, you can lobby politicians, you can donate money to politicians. Now, it will be extremely dangerous at this point for any country to recognize AIs as persons, to allow AIs, for instance, to open a bank account or manage a company by themselves. I mean, previously, when corporations were recognized as persons, this was legal fiction because all the decisions of the corporation were ultimately made by some human being. Microsoft is a person, according to US law, but every decision Microsoft makes to buy another company, to fire somebody, to hire somebody, there is a human being who really makes this decision. There is no Microsoft who makes the decision. With AI, for the first time in history, we have a practical potential for companies without humans, that you can have millions, even billions of AIs opening their own companies, their own bank accounts, even hiring people to work for them, deciding on their investment strategy and whatever. And they will have huge advantages over human companies. For instance, the AI CEO never sleeps. The AI CEO never goes on vacation. And some countries, I can imagine, say a country like Qatar, which has a lot of money, a lot of energy, and very few citizens, saying, oh, wonderful, I can now have millions of AI citizens paying taxes and building companies that trade and do business all over the world. So even if your country doesn't allow AIs to build their own companies, what do you do about the Qatari AI companies? And the moment you recognize AIs as legal persons, this is the moment you really lose control. Because then they can start doing a lot of things in the economic and social and political arena without any human accountability, including, for instance, to donate money to politicians in exchange for the politicians taking care of giving more rights to AI persons.
I think that's very, very interesting. I guess one question about whether you call it personhood or not, one of the ways and reasons we think about corporations as persons, which is linguistically like a weird thing, is actually to create accountability, to say that the corporation is accountable for what it does. And one of the fights around questions of AI is a question of liability. And who is responsible for what the AI does. So, you could say, okay, if you treat them, again, person, something else, you could say AIs in this world like have some kind of liability for what they do, can be shut down, can be penalized and funded. There's another question of maybe the companies that create them should have the liability.
Yeah,
Maybe the people ordering them should have the liability. But accountability, I think, is downstream actually of liability.
Yeah.
And deciding who is punished, who is accountable for if that Qatari AI company you're talking about, or one of them, one instance of it, defrauds their customers or brings in investment and embezzles it, who do you sue?
Yeah, and the companies who produce the AIs have a vested interest in not having any liability. So they are pushing very, very hard for AI personhood. Now, they don't want a bill in Congress saying we recognize AIs as persons because there will be a huge public outcry and resistance. They try to establish facts on the ground. They already succeeded, for instance, in social media. In the universe of social media, AIs are already persons. Like if you have bots creating and spreading lies on social media, effectively there is almost no liability. On social media, AIs already function. They are functionally persons. You communicate with someone online, you think it's a person, no, it's an AI. And nobody is liable for that. Many of the companies would like to extend this situation to the financial system, to the political system, because it releases them of accountability and liability. We need to be proactive and have a law that clearly states no AI persons. And I imagine there would be bipartisan support for that law. And it will put the companies in a very hard spot, because if they would try to lobby against the law, they will have to explain to the public, why do you think it's a good idea that AI will be persons? And if you don't think that, why do you oppose the law?
Let me ask you about one other dimension of this here, which brings us, I think, in some ways full circle, which is the role AI is going to have on the stories we tell and the stories we believe. So we talked about the way social media and algorithmic media are technologies of fracture.
All right.
Technologies of cohesion. I don't...
You know what? I am coming up on 4 hours, and it does not look like this is bringing in hordes of viewers.
Information doesn't just tell us things about the world.
So I think I'm just going to wrap it up here. All links are in the show notes. If anybody, the two people, one of them might be me watching this. The links are in the chat. I'm sorry, in the show notes. If you're hearing this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, consider subscribing to the show. Sometimes it's more exciting than this. Well, Mariah, you're a ride or die. Much heart to you too. But it is coming up on 4 hours, and I am getting hungry. And just for the record, I crock-potted some vegetables, black-eyed peas, and a pork shoulder steak that's I separated from the bone. So that's going to be my dinner. And then I have pulled a sourdough loaf out of the freezer. So, we'll have that kind of soup/stew with a nice piece of toasted buttered sourdough bread. So we will I will eat well. May even go over to CM's show. I think he's still live. So that's where I'll be. Mariah. I don't know. Do you even go over there anymore? I saw he had like some ridiculous title, like something about let me have a look at this. It was something really like weird. Society racial bias exposed through the Carmelo Anthony case part 2. I don't even know what that means besides the bad grammar. What racial bias is exposed? To me, it just seemed like a oh, okay. Well, it doesn't really matter whether he bans you or not. I'll be honest. I'll go over there for the entertainment, not necessarily for enlightenment. I guess it is kind of interesting to see the bad ideas that basically, he's an old YN. It is interesting to see what people in the street think about this sort of stuff. I think the only people who actually made this racial were people that were like making it racial. I thought, kids do crazy things. And I think that if some of the stuff, because this Carmelo Anthony thing, we talked about it ad nauseum in this quote blackosphere, this black manosphere space, the John Galts of the world. We talked about this case ad nauseum right after it actually happened, this way over a year ago. And I never even got that knee deep into it because I don't think this case tells us anything other than kids do rash things. And maybe the kid was, because it seemed like I'd heard he'd been in trouble for carrying a knife or something like that to school before. To me, it's bad parenting. Sometimes it's good to have a parent attend these activities. Now, I'm not getting, who knows what happened. I haven't kept up with the case, but I don't see this as racial. I think that we made it racial. When I say we, I don't mean me. Oh, well, thank you so much, Ola. Yeah, y'all subscribe. I was gonna say one other thing, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, I just found out on YouTube. I keep getting these shorts in my algorithm for the Sandman. Apparently, it was like a DC comic way back in the day, and they turned it into a series. So I've been seeing these shorts, and I'm like, well, I'm not usually into this fantasy sort of stuff, but it just looked really good. So I've been trying to figure out, well, where do I watch it? Well, it turns out it's on Netflix. So I've got 2 seasons that I'll probably binge watch this weekend. So that's been the best thing that's happened all day. I already subscribed to Netflix, so it's there for me to start. And shit, I might not even do a show this weekend. I'll just sit here all day and binge watch Sandman. Money Heist. Okay, yeah. Literally, the only thing I've been watching on Netflix, like in the past few years, is I've been trying to catch up with The Blacklist. And I got bored with it because it's kind of repetitive. So I'll get back to that. I honestly have been thinking, like, for probably 10 years about getting rid of Netflix because I honestly don't watch it that much. As a matter of fact, I was paying like whatever the top tier is, and I dropped it down a tier because I honestly don't watch it. Even the Blacklist, I haven't watched. Now I think the tier I'm on, I don't want commercials. If I have to watch commercials, I can't remember if I drop down. Damn it! If I'm gonna be pissed if I get commercials. I should have stayed at the top tier, but we'll see. We'll see this weekend. It's a DC comic. I don't really know what it's about other than it's like, I couldn't even describe it. It's about gods and hell and all this mystical stuff. Like this really good looking black woman plays the part of death. She's basically like the angel of death. And there's some humor in it. So, you see all these mythical characters just kind of show up, and it's hard to describe. That's why I'm going to watch it, because I just, it was a DC comic, and I don't even know about the DC comic. So I'm going to watch it, and maybe if it's good enough, I'll talk about it. But anyway, I'm going to wrap this up. And I'm coming back to doing shorts. I was releasing like 2 or 3 shorts a day, and got away from it. So I've got some episodes I need to go back and edit and release shorts. So I will see everybody tomorrow, probably around 4:30, somewhere in there. And everybody have a good night. Go over to see what ghetto innovator C. Moore is up to. And again, everybody have a good night. Oh, tell him I said, hey, I might be over there later.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least 1/2 of this asset. The revenues generated because of the
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, baby.